Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Theory of Extension Charms. Let's start the story with one of the most fascinating aspects of magic that creates wonder even among the most experienced witches and wizards, the elegant and complex theory behind extension charms. Imagine, if you will, a simple beaded handbag, small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, unremarkable to the untrained eye. Now imagine reaching into that bag and pulling out books, clothing, tents, potions, enough supplies to sustain 3 young wizards on the run for months. This is the magic of extension charms, a branch of spatial manipulation that defies the conventional laws of physics and stretches the very fabric of reality. The origins of extension charms date back to the early medieval period, though some magical historians argue that ancient Egyptian wizards were the first to develop primitive forms of spatial expansion. Archaeological evidence discovered in tombs near Thebes suggests small amulets containing impossibly large quantities of preserved food and magical artifacts. However, it wasn't until the 12th century that the theory was formally documented by Althea Morgenstern, a German witch whose treatise Dimensions Beyond Perception laid the theoretical groundwork for what we know today. Morgenstern proposed that space itself was not absolute but rather malleable under certain magical conditions. She described magic as the art of possibility negotiation with reality, suggesting that with the right combination of will, wand work, and understanding, a witch or wizard could convince a small space to temporarily behave as though it were much larger. The fundamental principle behind extension charms rests on what later theorists would call dimensional folding. Picture the interior of a space as a piece of parchment. Now, rather than expanding the parchment which would be visible from the outside, extension charms fold the parchment in on itself repeatedly, creating new planes of existence within the original boundaries. These folds exist in a state that's neither here nor there, a pocket dimension tethered to our world, but operating under slightly different rules. Consider the warmth of this fireplace before us. The heat radiates outward, diminishing with distance according to the inverse square law. But inside an extended space, magic reshapes these physical principles. Temperature, light, and even gravity can be maintained consistently throughout the extended area, regardless of its actual size or the laws that should govern such a space. 3 key magical elements must align perfectly for an extension charm to function properly. First, the caster must maintain absolute clarity of spatial intent, visualizing not just the expanded space, but its relationship to the exterior boundaries. Second, the enchantment requires a continuous magical tether to prevent the extended space from becoming untethered from reality altogether. A rare but catastrophic occurrence described in the cautionary tale of Archibald Wexley, whose entire extended cellar reportedly slipped into another dimension in 1732, taking Wexley with it. And third, the charm demands magical reinforcement of the exterior container proportional to the degree of extension. The mathematical relationship between exterior and interior was finally quantified in 1884 by Perpetua Fancourt, whose extension ratio theorem established that the magical energy required increases exponentially rather than linearly with size. This explains why small extensions, like slightly larger pockets, are commonly taught to intermediate students, while the creation of entirely new habitable environments remains the domain of master enchanters. Ministry regulations classify extension charms into 3 categories based on their magnitude. Class 1 extensions increase interior space by no more than 150% and require no special permits. Class 2 extensions, which can expand spaces up to 10 times their natural volume, require registration with the Department of Magical Transportation. Class 3 extensions, capable of creating vast interior landscapes within modest exteriors, are highly regulated and typically reserved for government applications or specially licensed establishments. The Hogwarts Express represents one of the most impressive permanent extension charms in Britain. From the outside, each carriage appears perfectly ordinary, conforming to Muggle railway standards. Yet inside, corridors stretch comfortably to accommodate hundreds of students, their pets, and luggage. The charm is renewed annually during summer maintenance and has been maintaining its dimensional stability for over a century. For the practical witch or wizard, extension charms offer solutions to countless everyday challenges, from expanded refrigeration cabinets in magical kitchens to bottomless school bags for students. The applications are limited only by one's imagination and magical ability. The famous wandmaker Ollivander maintains a workshop that appears to be a narrow room from the street, but contains a forest-like collection of wandwood and cores stretching far beyond what the building's dimensions should allow. Yet the true masters of extension charms have always been those who understand that the magic isn't simply about making things bigger. It's about the harmonious relationship between the containing and the contained. Newt Scamander's legendary suitcase exemplifies this philosophy, with each habitat inside not merely expanded, but thoughtfully designed to maintain the precise environmental conditions needed for his diverse magical creatures. As you sink deeper into your chair by this fire, consider the theoretical similarities between extension charms and certain aspects of the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Both magics manipulate space according to need, though the room operates on a far more sentient and responsive level. Some theoretical magic researchers have proposed that the room might represent an evolutionary leap in spatial magic, not just creating space, but anticipating the precise nature of the space required. Extension charms intersect with numerous other branches of magic in fascinating ways. Time behaves consistently inside extended spaces, unlike the temporal distortions possible with time turners. However, certain experimental combinations of extension and temporal magic have produced intriguing results. In 1957, Unspeakable researchers reportedly created a trunk within which time passed at half the normal rate. Though the research was discontinued due to concerning side effects on living subjects who spent extended periods inside, the relationship between extension charms and apparition presents another theoretical puzzle. Since apparition involves the instantaneous transportation of a witch or wizard through space, what happens when that space is artificially extended? The answer involves complex magical geometry that even experienced spellcasters struggle to articulate. Suffice it to say that apparating into or out of significantly extended spaces requires additional concentration and skill, as the normal spatial references used to navigate become distorted. For all their utility and wonder, extension charms have limitations that no amount of magical power can overcome. Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration applies to space just as it does to food. You cannot create truly new space, only reconfigure existing space through magical means. This explains why even the most powerful extension charms eventually reach a maximum capacity, beyond which objects may become compressed, or the charm itself might catastrophically fail. The audible strain of an overloaded extension charm has been described as a high, keening sound, like reality itself protesting the violation of its boundaries. Experienced enchanters learn to recognize this warning sign and either remove contents or reinforce the charm before failure occurs. As our evening together draws to a close, I invite you to look around this room with new eyes. What if the cozy corners and warm shadows conceal doorways to spaces beyond imagination? What if the dancing firelight illuminates not just our conversation, but countless other rooms existing in the folds of reality that surround us. The next time you pack a bag for a journey, pay attention to the subtle art of spatial arrangement. Even without magic, humans have always found ingenious ways to make more of less, and isn't that, in its simplest form, the very essence of an extension charm? The magical theory may be complex, but the desire to expand our possibilities beyond apparent limitations is something we all share, wizard and muggle alike. As the embers glow softly in our fireplace, consider this: if you could create your own perfectly extended space, hidden within something small enough to carry with you always, what would you place within it? And more importantly, would the things you choose reveal the true dimensions of your heart and mind? Chapter 2. The Hall of Prophecies. Whispers echo through time, captured in delicate glass spheres that glow with the soft blue light of memory and possibility. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world grows quiet, we shall venture into one of the most mysterious chambers hidden deep within the Ministry of Magic, a place where destiny itself is stored and guarded, awaiting those rare souls to whom its secrets belong. The Hall of Prophecies exists within the Department of Mysteries, that enigmatic division of magical governance whose work remains largely unknown even to most Ministry employees. Located on Level 9 of the Ministry of Magic, far below the streets of London, the department houses studies of the fundamental forces that govern magical existence: time, space, thought, love, and death. Among these mysteries, few are as compelling or as dangerous as the nature of prophecy. Imagine yourself descending in the Ministry's golden grilled lifts, watching as the levels count downward. When the cool female voice announces Department of Mysteries, you step out into a corridor of polished black tile, illuminated by torches of blue-white flame that cast more shadows than light. At the end of this hallway stands a simple black door, unmarked, unadorned, yet somehow radiating importance. Beyond this door lies a circular chamber with identical unmarked doors set at regular intervals around its circumference. The room rotates when the door closes behind visitors, a security measure designed to disorient those who don't belong. Only unspeakables, those secret researchers who have devoted their lives to studying magic's deepest mysteries, can navigate this labyrinth with confidence. The door to the Hall of Prophecies leads to a chamber of immense proportions, far larger than should be possible in the confines of the Ministry building. High-ceilinged and vast, the hall stretches far beyond the reach of vision, filled with row upon row of towering shelves. The air here feels different, heavy with portent and possibility, as though the very fabric of time has been stretched thin by the concentration of potential futures. Each shelf holds hundreds of small, dusty glass spheres, each containing swirling silver-white mist, the physical manifestation of a prophecy. These orbs are arranged with meticulous precision, each bearing a small yellowing label with a date and the initials of the seer who made the prophecy and the person or persons about whom it was made. In the dim blue light provided by candle-filled brackets shaped like serpents, the hall takes on an eerie, otherworldly quality. The collection dates back many centuries. The oldest prophecies, stored in the farthest reaches of the hall, were made during the early medieval period when the Ministry's predecessor, the Wizards' Council, first began the systematic recording of magical predictions. Some labels have faded to the point of illegibility, the names of the subjects long forgotten to history, yet the prophecies themselves remain, preserved perfectly within their glass prisons. The magic that governs the Hall of Prophecies is ancient and complex. When a true prophecy is made, a record automatically appears on the shelves. The process, studied extensively by generations of unspeakables, involves a fascinating branch of magic that intersects time, fate, and consciousness. A true prophecy is not merely a prediction but a glimpse of a possible thread in the tapestry of time, given voice through a seer who serves as a momentary conduit between present and future. Most remarkable is the protective enchantment placed upon each prophecy. Only those about whom a prophecy is made may remove it from the shelf without suffering terrible consequences. This magic was implemented after numerous attempts throughout history to steal or interfere with prophecies pertaining to political rivals or enemies. The current system, developed in the late 17th century, ensures that those who attempt to circumvent this restriction experience a form of temporary but severe madness. As you walk slowly between the towering shelves, your footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, consider the strange relationship between prophecy and free will. The recorded predictions represent possibilities, not certainties. Many prophecies on these shelves were never fulfilled, either because the conditions they described never arose, or because those involved made choices that altered the projected course of events. The department's unspeakables have long debated whether prophecies create destiny or merely reflect it. Some argue that the act of recording a prophecy gives it power, making it more likely to come to pass. Others maintain that prophecies simply reveal what was already probable, based on the existing flow of events and personalities involved. This philosophical question remains unresolved, with evidence supporting both interpretations. Few visitors have ever been permitted within the Hall of Prophecies. Access is strictly controlled, limited primarily to unspeakables whose work involves the study of divination and temporal magic. Occasionally, individuals about whom significant prophecies have been made are granted restricted entry to hear the predictions that may shape their lives, though this practice has become increasingly rare in modern times. Security measures protecting the hall have evolved over centuries. In addition to the rotating chamber that serves as the department's entrance, powerful containment charms prevent unauthorized magical access through apparition or similar means. Detection spells alert unspeakables to any breach, while confusion enchantments make it nearly impossible for intruders to navigate the seemingly endless rows without guidance. Despite these precautions, the Hall of Prophecies has occasionally featured prominently in wizarding history, perhaps most notably during the final days of the First Wizarding War, when a prophecy concerning the Dark Lord and a child born as the seventh month dies set in motion events that would ultimately lead to Voldemort's first defeat and the temporary peace that followed. The labels themselves reveal little of the momentous contents they identify. One might pass by prophecies that foretold the rise and fall of ministers, the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, or the Great Goblin Rebellion of 1612, without recognizing their significance. The most important predictions often appear indistinguishable from the thousands of minor prophecies that fill the hall's endless shelves. Some prophecy orbs glow more brightly than others. These represent predictions still in the process of unfolding. Others have darkened to a dull gray, indicating that the future they described has either come to pass or can no longer occur due to changed circumstances. A few rare spheres pulse with shifting colors, suggesting prophecies with multiple possible interpretations or outcomes dependent on complex conditions. The air in the hall carries a faint scent of dust and old parchment, mingled with something less definable, perhaps the subtle fragrance of possibility itself. Time feels strangely fluid here, as though past, present, and future exist simultaneously within these walls. Unspeakables who spend significant time in the hall often report experiencing brief, disorienting flashes of events yet to come, though these glimpses typically fade quickly from memory. In the deepest section of the hall lies a special collection of prophecies, deemed particularly significant to wizarding society as a whole. These are kept under additional protective enchantments and studied by a select group of unspeakables who specialize in interpreting divination's most complex manifestations. The contents of this collection remain among the Ministry's most closely guarded secrets. Tragically, much of this ancient repository was destroyed during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in June 1996. When members of Dumbledore's army clashed with Death Eaters in these hallowed halls, hundreds of prophecy orbs were shattered, their contents lost forever, as the silvery figures of seers rose like ghosts from the broken glass, speaking their predictions one final time before dissipating into nothingness. The destruction represented an incalculable loss to magical scholarship. Centuries of recorded divination, some dating back to the Founder's era, vanished in a single night of violence. In the aftermath, surviving unspeakables worked tirelessly to salvage what remained and strengthen protections around the Department of Mysteries to prevent such catastrophic damage from occurring again. Today, the Hall of Prophecies has been partially restored, though it contains significantly fewer records than before the battle. New prophecies continue to appear on the shelves, maintaining the ancient tradition of preserving these glimpses of potential futures. The department has implemented additional security measures, including enchantments that can temporarily relocate the entire collection in case of emergency. What makes the hall truly remarkable is not merely its vast collection of predictions, but what it represents: the tantalizing suggestion that time might not be as linear or immutable as we perceive. Within those glowing spheres lies evidence that under rare circumstances, the veil between now and what may be can grow thin enough for extraordinary individuals to glimpse what lies beyond. As we leave this mysterious chamber behind, the soft glow of prophecy orbs fading into darkness, consider the delicate balance between knowing and not knowing what lies ahead. Would you choose to hear a true prophecy about your own future if given the opportunity? And if you did, would that knowledge become a burden or a blessing as you walked forward into days yet to unfold? Chapter 3. The Magic of a Self-Inking Quill. The gentle scratch of quill against parchment has been the soundtrack to wizarding education and correspondence for centuries. As our candlelight flickers against the walls, casting dancing shadows that seem to write their own stories, let us explore one of the most elegant yet understated magical innovations that transformed the written word in the wizarding world. The self-inking quill. In the soft amber glow of evening, imagine holding a beautiful feather between your fingers, perhaps the glossy black plume of a raven, the spotted brown of an eagle owl, or the pristine white of a swan. Unlike its ordinary counterpart, this quill never needs to be dipped in an inkwell, never blots your parchment with excess ink, and never runs dry at the most inconvenient moment. Such is the quiet magic of the self-inking quill. The earliest known self-inking quills appeared in wizarding society during the late 14th century, coinciding with a period of significant innovation in enchanted objects. Historical records from the library at Beauxbatons Academy credit the invention to Madame Eloise Bedeau, a French witch whose frustration with constantly stained fingers led her to develop a charm that would draw ink from a reservoir within the quill's shaft, rather than requiring external dipping. The original Bedeau quills, several of which are preserved in the Museum of Magical Artifacts in Paris, were rather cumbersome by modern standards. Each contained a small glass vial embedded in a thickened quill shaft, with primitive channeling spells to draw the ink to the nib. While revolutionary, these early models were prone to leaking when carried in pockets or bags, leading to many a ruined robe among the wizarding elite who first adopted them. Significant improvements came in the early 16th century, when Italian magical craftsman Giovanni Scrivello developed what he called the penna perpetua, an elegant quill that incorporated an undetectable extension charm in the shaft, allowing for a much larger ink reservoir while maintaining the slender profile of a natural feather. Scrivello's innovation also included a modified version of the impervious charm that prevented leakage regardless of the quill's orientation. The magical theory underlying self-inking quills combines several branches of enchantment. At its heart lies a variation of the Gimeno charm that duplicates ink molecules as they pass through the channeling mechanism. This creates a self-replenishing supply that can last for months or even years, depending on the power of the original enchantment. The duplication is calibrated precisely to match the rate of consumption during writing, preventing both excess flow and dry scratching. Temperature-regulating charms ensure the ink maintains optimal viscosity, regardless of environmental conditions. Anyone who has attempted to write with an ordinary quill in a cold dungeon classroom will appreciate the significance of this magical feature. No more thickened ink or inconsistent lines when the mercury drops. The crafting of a fine self-inking quill begins with the careful selection of the feather itself. Not all feathers are suitable for magical enhancement, The best quills come from magical birds whose natural properties facilitate enchantment. Phoenix tail feathers make extraordinarily long-lasting quills, though their rarity makes them prohibitively expensive for most. More commonly, feathers from jobber knolls, foopers, and augures are used for higher-end models, while owl feathers typically serve for everyday use. After selection, the feather undergoes a preservation process using a potion of alum, salt, and essence of dittany that strengthens the shaft without sacrificing flexibility. The quill is then hollowed carefully using a refined gouging spell to create the ink reservoir without compromising structural integrity. The most skilled craftsmen perform this step wandlessly, using only their fingertips to direct the magic with the necessary precision. The enchantment process typically requires 3 days and must be performed during a waxing moon for optimal results. The primary spells are layered in a specific sequence, each needing to set properly before the next can be applied. Master wand makers occasionally collaborate with quill crafters for particularly sophisticated models, as the process shares certain similarities with wand creation, albeit on a less powerful scale. Various specialized types of self-inking quills have emerged over the centuries. The Quick Quotes quill, notorious for its use by journalists like Rita Skeeter, incorporates additional enchantments that allow it to write independently based on spoken words, though with varying degrees of accuracy and often with sensationalist embellishments. These controversial quills have been banned from educational settings and legal proceedings due to their tendency to misrepresent spoken statements. For students, the anti-cheating quill represents a less welcome variation, enchanted to prevent copying from others' work during examinations. These quills, temporarily issued during Audiobook and New T examinations at Hogwarts and other magical schools, include Thief's Downfall-inspired charms that resist any attempt to produce answers, not originating from the writer's own knowledge. The color-changing self-inking quill became particularly popular during the 1920s, allowing the writer to alternate between different ink colors with a simple tap of the finger against the shaft. More recent innovations include the mood-sensitive quill, which adjusts its ink color based on the emotional state of the writer, a charming, if sometimes embarrassingly revealing tool for personal correspondence. Scribbler-Force, the transfiguration spell that turns objects into quills, can be modified to create temporary self-inking quills in emergency situations, though these rarely last more than a few hours before reverting or losing their enchantment. This spell is typically taught to fifth-year students at Hogwarts as part of their preparation for OWL examinations. The economics of self-inking quills reflect their convenience and craftsmanship. The most basic models, commonly purchased at Scribulous writing instruments in Diagon Alley, cost approximately 7 sickles, roughly 7 times the price of a standard quill, but considered worthwhile for the convenience. Premium versions crafted by renowned makers like Alexei Rushbin or the venerable firm of Scribin Shafts can command prices of 15 galleons or more, particularly those incorporating exotic features or rare materials. Cultural attitudes towards self-inking quills vary throughout the wizarding world. British wizards generally favor practical, understated models that draw little attention to themselves. French magical society, by contrast, embraces elaborate designs featuring intricate gold or silver filigree and sometimes incorporating the family crest of the owner. American witches and wizards have pioneered more casual designs, including the popular Rough Rider model that can function on virtually any surface from parchment to tree bark. Traditionalists occasionally lament that self-inking quills have disconnected modern students from the full experience of writing, arguing that the ritual of dipping quill in ink encourages more thoughtful composition. Professor Bathsheba Babbling, who teaches ancient runes at Hogwarts, is known to insist upon traditional quills for examination papers, believing that certain runic forms carry more magical potency when written with ink that has been exposed to air before application to parchment. The subtle magic of the self-inking quill extends beyond mere convenience. Many witches and wizards develop a personal relationship with a favored quill that serves them for decades. There are documented cases of self-inking quills adapting to their owners' writing styles over time, much as a wand bonds with its wizard. The longest recorded service of a single self-inking quill belongs to historian Bathilda Bagshot, whose eagle feather quill reportedly served her faithfully for 114 years during the writing of her many historical works, including A History of Magic. In the peaceful stillness of our evening together, consider the humble self-inking quill as a perfect embodiment of wizarding values, taking something natural and beautiful and enhancing it with magic that respects its original form while extending its capabilities. Not flashy or aggressive, but practical, elegant, and enduring. As the night deepens around us and the fire burns low, reflecting in the glossy surface of a raven feather quill resting on the desk nearby, contemplate the words you might write if given such an instrument. Would you compose something scholarly and precise, or perhaps something more creative and free-flowing? And how might the experience of writing with a quill that anticipates your needs change the very thoughts you choose to commit to parchment? Chapter 4. The Room of Requirement Meetings. In the quietest corners of Hogwarts Castle, where ancient stone walls have witnessed centuries of magical education, there exists a room unlike any other, a chamber that appears only when needed, transforms itself to serve the seeker's purpose, and vanishes without a trace when its work is done. As the embers glow softly in our hearth tonight, let us explore the remarkable story of how this magical space became the heart of resistance during one of Hogwarts' darkest years. The Room of Requirement, known also as the Come-and-Go Room by the house elves who discovered its secrets long ago, has existed since the castle's founding, yet it remained largely a whispered legend until the 1995 to 1996 school year, when necessity transformed it into something extraordinary. The secret training ground for a group of students who called themselves Dumbledore's Army. The discovery of the room for this purpose came through Dobby the house elf, who mentioned it to Harry Potter when the young wizard found himself desperately searching for a safe place to teach practical defensive magic. With Dolores Umbridge's educational decrees stripping students of their right to learn proper defense against the dark arts, the need for such a space had never been more pressing. Imagine walking along the 7th floor corridor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, attempting to teach trolls ballet. The castle is quiet save for distant footsteps and the occasional whisper of ghosts passing through walls. With focused determination, you pace back and forth 3 times, your mind fixed on a single thought. We need a place to learn to fight. We need a place to practice. We need a place where they can't find us. The transformation occurs silently, a door materializing from solid stone, its polished wooden surface gleaming in the torchlight. This entrance, visible only to those who knew to look for it, became the gateway to resistance for 28 students who risked punishment to learn the magic that might one day save their lives. The first meeting of what would become Dumbledore's Army took place on a cool evening in early October. Students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw gathered nervously, their faces reflecting a mixture of excitement and apprehension, as they entered a spacious room lined with wooden bookcases filled with defensive magical texts, cushioned areas for practicing stunning spells, and shelves of mysterious dark detectors, including sneakoscopes and faux glasses. The room had provided exactly what they needed, not just space, but tools and resources perfectly suited to their purpose. This remarkable magical responsiveness distinguished the Room of Requirement from all other enchanted spaces in the castle. Rather than being fixed by its creator's initial intent, it continuously adapted to the evolving needs of its occupants, demonstrating a form of environmental magic rarely seen even in the wizarding world. During that first gathering, with tentative voices gradually growing stronger, the students formalized their purpose. Signing their names to a parchment headed Dumbledore's Army, they committed themselves to learning the practical defensive magic that Umbridge denied them. This simple act of putting quill to parchment transformed them from a collection of worried individuals into something more cohesive, a group with shared purpose and identity. The meetings quickly established a rhythm. Twice weekly, sometimes more often as the year progressed, members would slip away from common rooms and library study sessions, arriving at staggered intervals to avoid drawing attention. Inside, Harry Potter, reluctant but increasingly confident as a teacher, would demonstrate spells ranging from the basic, disarming charm to the complex Patronus. The room, adapted for each lesson. When they practiced stunning spells, it provided plush cushions to break falls. When they needed to see defensive magic in action, it offered training dummies that moved and reacted. When more space was required for dueling practice, the room expanded its dimensions without anyone noticing the change until it had already occurred. Even the lighting adjusted to optimal levels for whatever skill they were developing that day. Consider for a moment the extraordinary magic required for such transformations. Unlike simple space expansion charms, the room's adaptability suggests a form of semi-sentient magic woven into the very foundations of Hogwarts. Some magical historians theorize that Rowena Ravenclaw herself might have created this unique space, embedding complex charms that could anticipate and fulfill needs without requiring explicit instructions. The physical aspects of the DA meetings progressed from awkward attempts at basic spells to impressive demonstrations of magical skill. Students who had struggled with simple jinxes in their regular classes flourished under peer instruction. Neville Longbottom, historically anxious and prone to magical mishaps, discovered an unexpected aptitude for defensive magic when taught with patience rather than pressure. Luna Lovegood's unconventional thinking led to creative spell applications that surprised even the most talented members. Beyond the practical magic, these gatherings nurtured something equally powerful: the quiet building of trust and friendship across house lines. Gryffindors who had barely spoken to Ravenclaws found common ground. Hufflepuffs shared their natural talent for cooperation. Study partnerships formed, strengthening both magical abilities and interpersonal bonds. In the room's safe embrace, traditional rivalries faded against the backdrop of their shared purpose. The atmosphere during these sessions transformed over time from nervous tension to focused determination. Early meetings were punctuated by anxious glances at the door and whispered conversations. By mid-year, the room resonated with confident voices casting spells, the distinctive sounds of successful magic, and occasional laughter when attempts went entertainingly awry. Security remained paramount throughout. Hermione Granger's ingenious enchanted Gallian communication system allowed members to be notified of meeting times without suspicious written schedules. The coins would warm when the date changed, a subtle but effective alert system inspired by the Dark Mark, but used for resistance rather than subjugation. This magical innovation demonstrated how necessity was driving these young witches and wizards to develop skills beyond their years. The physical environment of these meetings deserves further appreciation. Picture the high-ceilinged space with its rows of silk cushions for practicing, the walls lined with bookcases containing volumes that Umbridge had likely banned from the regular library. Wooden mannequins stood ready for spell practice, while various magical instruments hummed quietly in corners. Large mirrors allowed students to observe and correct their wand work and stance. As winter deepened and educational decrees multiplied, the room became more than a practice space. It transformed into a sanctuary. Students arrived earlier and lingered longer, finding comfort in this hidden pocket of freedom within an increasingly oppressive school environment. Some would sit in small groups after formal practice ended, discussing defensive theories, or simply enjoying conversation unburdened by the fear of being overheard by Umbridge's inquisitorial squad. The Christmas holiday brought a brief respite, but the return to Hogwarts in January saw the DA meetings resume with renewed intensity. News of mass breakouts from Azkaban lent urgency to their practice. The abstract threat they had prepared for suddenly had names and faces. Death Eaters were active again, and the Ministry's denial made proper preparation even more essential. The range of spells mastered by the group expanded impressively, from the foundational Expelliar Mess to the complex Patronus charm. Members progressed through increasingly difficult magic. By spring, silver Patronuses in various animal forms occasionally illuminated the room during particularly successful sessions, tangible proof of their growing magical confidence and emotional resilience. Perhaps most remarkable was the transformation in teaching dynamics. Harry Potter, initially hesitant to position himself as an instructor, developed an effective teaching style that balanced demonstration, individual attention, and group practice. His first-hand experience facing dark magic gave his instruction authenticity that textbooks could never provide. Meanwhile, more advanced students naturally began helping those who struggled, creating a collaborative learning environment rarely seen in traditional classrooms. The physical adaptations of the room continued to surprise even regular attendees. Once, when Neville Longbottom arrived early, wishing he could hear what Umbridge was planning, the room provided a set of extendable ears. When members mentioned feeling thirsty after a particularly strenuous practice, a side door appeared, leading to a passage to the Hog's Head. The room seemed to develop an increasingly nuanced understanding of their needs as the year progressed. The meetings continued until that fateful evening in April, when Dobby, the house elf, arrived with a warning of imminent discovery. The room, which had been their faithful ally for months, could not protect them from betrayal. As Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad closed in, DA members scattered through the corridors, their sanctuary temporarily lost, but having already served its most important purpose, preparing them for the challenges ahead. In the aftermath of discovery, the Room of Requirement transformed itself once more. When Umbridge attempted to find the space described by the betrayer Marietta Edgecombe, she encountered only blank stone walls. The room, it seemed, protected its own secrets, refusing to appear for those with harmful intent. This selective accessibility represented one of its most fascinating magical properties, an apparent ability to judge the character and intentions of those seeking entry. Though the formal DA meetings ended with this discovery, the legacy of those gatherings extended far beyond the room's hidden walls. The skills developed, the confidence gained, and the bonds formed would prove crucial in the struggles to come. From the battle of the Department of Mysteries just months later to the eventual defense of Hogwarts itself, the Room of Requirement would serve other purposes in the years that followed, becoming both a hidden refuge during the Carroll regime and a crucial battleground in the final confrontation with Voldemort. Yet many who fought in those later conflicts would trace their readiness back to those secret meetings, where they first learned to defend themselves and each other. As our tale of these remarkable gatherings draws to a close, the fire's glow casting long shadows across our own room tonight, consider the power that exists in spaces where people come together with shared purpose. If you found yourself pacing before that 7th-floor corridor, need clearly formed in your mind and heart, what room might appear for you, and beyond the physical space itself? What strength might you discover in the company of others who share your deepest concerns and highest aspirations? Chapter 5. The Fanaticism of Bellatrix Lestrange. The shadows grow longer, and the night deepens, as our tale turns to darker matters. Some stories in the wizarding world speak not of wonder and light, but of minds consumed by darkness and hearts given wholly to terrible purpose. Tonight, we shall examine one of the most frighteningly devoted servants of the Dark Lord, a witch whose fanaticism transcended mere loyalty to become something far more disturbing and profound. Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black, emerged from one of Wizarding Britain's most ancient and prestigious pureblood families. The tapestry of the noble and most ancient House of Black, with its motto of toujours pur, always pure, records her birth, in 1951, to Cygnus Black III and Druella Rosier. Even in a family known for its adherence to blood purity, the eldest Black sister would eventually distinguish herself by the extremity of her views and the lengths to which she would go to enforce them. The grand halls of Black family homes whispered their philosophies to young children from their earliest days. Imagine young Bellatrix wandering the corridors of ancestral manors, portraits of stern-faced ancestors following her movements with approving or disapproving gazes based on her comportment and evident magical talent. The pressure to uphold family honor and blood purity was not merely taught, but woven into the very fabric of daily life. Bellatrix arrived at Hogwarts in 1962, where the Sorting Hat unsurprisingly placed her in Slytherin House. Fellow students from that era recall a striking young witch of exceptional magical ability and fierce intelligence. Her skill in dueling manifested early, with professors noting both her natural talent and her concerning tendency toward excessive force. Already, the intensity that would later define her was evident, a burning ambition coupled with absolute conviction in pure-blood superiority. Unlike her younger sister Andromeda, who would eventually reject family teachings and marry the Muggle-born Ted Tonks, Bellatrix embraced and internalized the Black family ideology. She excelled in her studies, particularly in the more aggressive aspects of magic. While school records remain sealed, accounts from classmates suggest she showed particular aptitude for nonverbal spellcasting and was rumored to have mastered several spells commonly associated with the dark arts before she had even completed her education. After leaving Hogwarts, Bellatrix married Rodolphus Lestrange, uniting two wealthy pure-blood families with similar ideological leanings. Theirs was by all accounts a marriage of political convenience rather than deep affection. The Lestrange family had ties to dark magic stretching back generations, and the union strengthened both families' standing in pure-blood circles, while providing Bellatrix with a partner who would not interfere with her growing obsession with the rising Dark Lord. The quiet winds of evening carry whispers of how Bellatrix first encountered Lord Voldemort during the early 1970s, as his power and influence were ascending. For a witch already predisposed to pure-blood ideology and drawn to powerful magic, Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort represented everything she had been raised to value: magical supremacy, the subjugation of Muggles, and the promise of a world where wizards need not hide their abilities. What distinguished Bellatrix from many other Death Eaters was the nature of her devotion. While others followed Voldemort from fear, opportunism, or ideological alignment, Bellatrix developed an attachment that transcended ordinary loyalty. Hers was not merely allegiance to a cause, but a profound personal fixation on Voldemort himself. Some magical historians have suggested that this obsession contained elements of romantic or even spiritual devotion, though the Dark Lord himself seemed incapable of reciprocating any such attachment. The flames flicker lower as we consider the psychological aspects of such fanaticism. Unlike many Death Eaters who joined for personal gain or advancement, Bellatrix appeared to genuinely believe in Voldemort's vision with every fiber of her being. Her worldview became increasingly shaped by his ideology, until there ceased to be any distinction between her identity and her role as his servant. This level of psychological merger with a cause, and its living embodiment, represents a rare and disturbing form of fanaticism. During the First Wizarding War, Bellatrix quickly established herself as among the most feared of Voldemort's followers. She embraced not only the cause but the violence necessary to advance it. While some Death Eaters showed occasional reluctance or squeamishness about certain acts, Bellatrix approached cruelty with evident pleasure. The distinctive character of her laugh, described by witnesses as high, cold, and triumphant, became a terrifying signature, often heard before or after her worst atrocities. Her magical prowess made her particularly dangerous. Skilled in many branches of magic, Bellatrix excelled especially in the unforgivable curses. Her facility with the Cruciatus Curse became legendary among Death Eaters, with even hardened dark wizards expressing discomfort at her apparent enjoyment of others' suffering. For Bellatrix, torture was not merely a means to extract information, but an art form to be perfected and savored. Perhaps the most infamous demonstration of her fanaticism came after Voldemort's first fall in Godric's Hollow. While many Death Eaters fled, denied their allegiance, or attempted to reintegrate into society, Bellatrix remained steadfast in her belief that the Dark Lord would return. Along with her husband Rodolphus, his brother Rabaston, and Barty Crouch Jr., she participated in the torture of Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom, seeking information about Voldemort's whereabouts. The cold stone walls of Azkaban, where Bellatrix was sentenced to life imprisonment for her crimes, did little to diminish her devotion. Unlike other inmates who succumbed to despair under the influence of the Dementors, Bellatrix maintained her sanity through absolute conviction. She famously declared at her trial that the Dark Lord would rise again and reward her, his most faithful servant. This unwavering belief sustained her through 14 years of imprisonment that would have broken lesser minds. Imagine the North Sea winds howling around the towers of Azkaban, where Bellatrix waited with terrible patience. Her physical beauty faded, replaced by the gaunt, hollowed appearance characteristic of long-term prisoners. Yet behind sunken eyes burned the same fanatical light, undiminished by time or suffering. When Voldemort finally engineered a mass breakout in January 1996, Bellatrix emerged not repentant, but reinvigorated, eager to resume her service to the newly returned Dark Lord. The psychological toll of Azkaban, rather than moderating her fanaticism, appeared to intensify it. Bellatrix returned to Voldemort's service with redoubled fervor, her already questionable stability further compromised by her long exposure to Dementors. The combination of her natural magical talent, ideological extremism, and psychological damage made her more dangerous than ever. In the months following her escape, Bellatrix reasserted her position within the Death Eater hierarchy. Her duel with Sirius Black in the Department of Mysteries demonstrated both her formidable dueling abilities and her complete detachment from normal human bonds, killing her own cousin without hesitation or remorse. This capacity to override family connections in service to Voldemort's cause represented the totality of her devotion. The quiet crackle of our fire reminds us of how Bellatrix's relationship with the Dark Lord evolved during his second rise to power. She became his lieutenant, his most trusted and valuable servant. Voldemort, recognizing both her unwavering loyalty and extraordinary magical ability, entrusted her with responsibilities he delegated to few others. She received training in occlumency and legilimency directly from him, skills he taught to only his most valued followers. This special status manifested most significantly when Voldemort selected Gringotts Bank's Lestrange Vault as the hiding place for Helga Hufflepuff's cup, one of his precious Horcruxes. The decision to entrust this fragment of his soul to Bellatrix's protection demonstrated a level of trust Voldemort extended to virtually no one else. For a wizard pathologically incapable of trust, this assignment represented the closest thing to confidence he could experience. Bellatrix's response to this honor reveals much about the nature of her fanaticism. Records and accounts suggest she understood neither the cup's true nature nor its significance to Voldemort's immortality, yet she protected it with characteristic intensity simply because he deemed it important. Her devotion required no understanding, only obedience and the opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. The darkness deepens as we consider one of the most disturbing aspects of Bellatrix's character, her evident pleasure in cruelty. Unlike many Death Eaters who tortured and killed as means to an end, Bellatrix approached violence with enthusiastic creativity. Her torture of Hermione Granger at Malfoy Manor revealed not just ideological hatred of Muggle-borns, but a disturbing satisfaction in the suffering of others, particularly those she deemed inferior. This sadistic tendency extended even to fellow purebloods who failed to meet her standards of loyalty. Her treatment of her niece, Nymphadora Tonks, exemplifies this mindset. Despite Tonks being a pureblood witch, albeit one with a Muggle-born father, Bellatrix targeted her specifically for elimination, viewing her as a blood traitor who tainted the Black family line. This reflected her complete adoption of Voldemort's hierarchy of value, where loyalty to him superseded even blood status. The complex relationship between Bellatrix and her sister Narcissa Malfoy offers a rare glimpse of lingering humanity within her fanaticism. Despite her absolute devotion to Voldemort, Bellatrix maintained some connection to her younger sister, accompanying her to Spinner's End, when Narcissa sought Severus Snape's help to protect Draco. This suggests that even at the height of her fanaticism, some vestige of family feeling remained, though subordinated to her primary loyalty. As Voldemort's second rise progressed, Bellatrix's status within his ranks created tension with other Death Eaters. particularly Severus Snape, whose own position of trust she resented and questioned. Her challenges to Snape during the meeting at Spinner's End demonstrated not just personal jealousy, but genuine concern that Voldemort's trust might be misplaced. A rare instance where her fanaticism led her to question, however indirectly, the Dark Lord's judgment. The fire burns lower still, casting long shadows as we approach the final chapter of Bellatrix's story. The Battle of Hogwarts in May 1998 represented the culmination of her fanatical journey. Even as Voldemort's forces faltered and his cause seemed increasingly doomed, her devotion never wavered. She fought with characteristic ferocity, cutting down opponents with the same maniacal glee she had displayed throughout her dark career. Her final duel with Molly Weasley encapsulated the contrast between her fanaticism and more human motivations. While Molly fought to protect her family, "Not my daughter, you bitch," Bellatrix fought for an ideology and a master who ultimately viewed her as merely a useful tool. The killing blow that ended Bellatrix's life struck her while she was laughing, confident in her own superiority, until the very end. In examining Bellatrix Lestrange's fanaticism, we confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of devotion and its potential for corruption. What begins as belief can transform into blind worship. What starts as conviction can become cruel obsession. Her story serves as a dark mirror to more positive forms of dedication and loyalty seen elsewhere in the wizarding world. As the last embers glow in our evening fire, consider this: what is the difference between devotion that ennobles and devotion that destroys? How thin is the line between passionate commitment to a cause and the kind of fanaticism that consumed Bellatrix Lestrange? And in your own convictions, how do you ensure that your beliefs serve as a light guiding you forward rather than a fire that ultimately consumes you from within? Chapter 6. The Creation of Magical Tents. As the night settles around us and stars appear in the velvet sky beyond our window, let us turn our attention to one of the most practical yet wondrous innovations in magical dwelling: the expanded spaces of wizarding tents. These remarkable shelters, humble canvas on the outside but containing palatial interiors, represent some of the most elegant applications of spatial magic in everyday wizarding life. The soft glow of our lantern might remind you of the warm lights that illuminate these canvas mansions from within, beckoning travelers to comfort even in the wildest locations. For what could be more quintessentially magical than stepping through a simple tent flap to discover an entire home waiting inside? The history of magical tents stretches back to ancient times, when nomadic wizarding communities sought ways to maintain their standard of living while following seasonal migration patterns. Archaeological evidence from magical settlements in Mongolia suggests that as early as the 9th century, shamanic wizards were experimenting with rudimentary space expansion charms on traditional yurts, creating interiors that could house extended families while maintaining an inconspicuous exterior. Similar innovations appeared independently in various wizarding cultures. In the Middle East, Persian magical artificers developed carpet-walled pavilions that contained multiple chambers while appearing as simple Bedouin tents. African wizards of the Great Lakes region created shelters from woven reeds that expanded into multi-level dwellings once properly activated. These early examples illustrate how the fundamental concept emerged organically across cultures as a practical solution to the challenges of wizarding travel. The modern magical tent, with its standardized enchantments and recognizable interior architecture, began to take shape during the 16th century in Europe. This period coincided with increased interest in magical exploration and the need for portable accommodations that could provide both comfort and secrecy. The earliest documented European expanded tent appears in the journals of Flemish magical explorer Barnabas Wormwood, who described his miraculous pavilion containing 3 chambers, a cooking area, and modest bathing facilities, all within a shelter that appeared to Muggle eyes as nothing more remarkable than a trader's simple canvas covering. The creation of a magical tent involves a complex series of enchantments carefully layered upon the physical structure. Unlike simpler expansion charms used for trunks or handbags, tents must maintain stable environmental conditions suitable for extended habitation while managing the structural integrity of a much larger interior space. This requires not just spatial manipulation, but also charms for temperature regulation, air circulation, structural stability, and often water management. The process typically begins with the selection of appropriate materials. The outer canvas must be receptive to enchantment while remaining durable enough to withstand weather conditions. Traditional tent makers prefer canvas woven from fibers harvested at specific phases of the lunar cycle, often treating the material with potions containing essence of moonstone to enhance its magical receptivity before any spellwork begins. The framework requires special attention, as it must serve as the anchor for the dimensional magic. Tent poles are commonly carved from rowan or cedar wood harvested from ancient magical forests, with some premium models incorporating flexible dragon heartstring cores similar to those used in wand making. These cores help stabilize the magical field and prevent dimensional collapse even during magical storms or in areas with high concentrations of wild magic. The actual enchantment process typically requires 3 to 7 days depending on the complexity of the interior space. Master tent crafters work in specialized workshops with reinforced magical boundaries to prevent spatial disturbances from affecting the surrounding area. The primary expansion charm, a sophisticated variant of the standard capacious extremis, is applied first, creating the basic extended space within the boundaries of the tent. Once the expanded space is established, the crafter carefully shapes the interior through a combination of transfiguration and permanent conjuring spells. Walls, floors, ceilings, and built-in furnishings are created and stabilized layer by layer. Environmental charms follow, establishing proper lighting, temperature, and air quality. Sophisticated tents include specialized areas with their own environmental conditions, perhaps a cooler storage space for provisions or a warmer bathing area. The final stage involves sealing the magical boundaries and incorporating security features. Protective enchantments might include weather-repelling charms, muggle-repelling spells, and occasionally defensive jinxes activated only if someone attempts forced entry. Premium models often feature emergency collapse charms that can instantly revert the tent to its unexpanded state for quick departure if necessary. Different national traditions have developed distinctive styles of magical tents reflecting their cultural aesthetics and practical needs. British wizarding tents typically favor a Victorian interior design with separate rooms, substantial furniture, and traditional decor regardless of the tent's exterior appearance. French magical pavilions often incorporate elements of palace architecture with gilded surfaces, enchanted fountains, and magically maintained gardens beneath soaring ceilings, charmed to resemble the sky outside. The renowned Scandinavian tent maker Olaf Bergstrom revolutionized the field in the late 19th century by developing modular enchantment techniques that allowed for customizable interiors. His innovation permitted owners to reconfigure interior spaces according to need, expanding the dining area for entertaining or creating additional bedrooms for guests, without requiring complete re-enchantment of the structure. Beyond the standard models available in shops like Diagon Alley's Wizarding Equipment Emporium, truly exceptional magical tents exist as treasured family heirlooms or custom creations for the wealthy and influential. The Malfoy family reportedly owned a 12-bedroom pavilion with marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and a ballroom capable of hosting 100 guests, all concealed within what appeared to be a simple green campaign tent. Perhaps the most famous historical example was created for Minister of Magic Evangeline Orpington in 1852. Her diplomatic tent featured reception rooms tailored to the cultural preferences of various magical delegations, including a desert oasis for Arabian visitors, an ice palace for representatives of northern magical governments, and a volcanic hot spring favored by Japanese magical diplomats. This remarkable structure, outwardly resembling nothing more than a modest cream-colored pavilion, helped secure several important international magical cooperation treaties. For the ordinary witch or wizard, magical tents provide practical solutions to everyday challenges. Wizarding families attending events like the Quidditch World Cup typically use models with modest amenities, perhaps 3 bedrooms, a functional kitchen, and a comfortable sitting area. The enchantments on these standard models require renewal every few years to maintain dimensional stability, typically performed by qualified magical artisans who specialize in spatial charm maintenance. The relationship between interior and exterior represents one of the most fascinating aspects of magical tent creation. Unlike random expansion, tent crafters carefully calibrate the correlation between outside appearance and inside experience. The tent flap serves as a dimensional threshold, with the act of stepping through initiating a subtle magical transition. Some theorists suggest this transition occurs through a momentary phase shift rather than physical expansion, explaining why occupants never experience any sensation of spatial distortion when entering or exiting. Weather protection represents another remarkable feature of these dwellings. While the physical canvas provides basic shelter, additional enchantments ensure internal conditions remain comfortable regardless of external environments. A well-crafted tent can maintain pleasant temperatures in Arctic conditions or desert heat, with specialized charms drawing on ambient magic to power cooling or heating systems without requiring constant spellwork from occupants. The acoustic properties of magical tents demonstrate particularly elegant spellcraft. External sounds penetrate selectively, allowing occupants to hear important environmental cues like approaching footsteps while filtering out background noise such as rainfall or wind. Meanwhile, sounds generated inside typically remain contained within the expanded space unless amplification is specifically desired. This acoustic isolation provided by the dimensional boundary explains why dozens of wizarding families can camp in close proximity without disturbing each other. Contemporary innovations continue to refine these ancient principles. Modern premium models might include self-cleaning enchantments, automatic unpacking and setup features, and even limited interior transfiguration options, allowing users to adjust decor according to preference. The experimental Atmospherica line developed by American magical outfitters Thunderbird Expeditions features ceilings enchanted to display accurate real-time views of the night sky, complete with educational constellation overlays. The magical theory underlying tent expansion shares principles with other spatial manipulation magic, but applies them with unique complexity. While a simple expanded pouch might maintain a static interior volume, tents must accommodate movement, ongoing magical activities, and the introduction or removal of objects. This requires what theoretical magicians call dimensional elasticity, the capacity for the expanded space to respond dynamically to changes while maintaining overall stability. Magical tents played a significant role during both Wizarding Wars, serving as mobile headquarters for resistance groups. The Order of the Phoenix reportedly used a network of enchanted tents with specialized protective charms, allowing them to establish temporary bases that could be relocated on short notice. According to accounts from Order members, these tents incorporated Fidelius-like properties that rendered them not merely invisible but temporarily removed from physical space except to those who knew their exact location. The tent that sheltered Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley during their hunt for Horcruxes represents a fascinating case study in both the capabilities and limitations of such magical dwellings. The perimeter enchantments established by Miss Granger demonstrated how standard protections could be supplemented with additional spellwork, while the tent's capacity to provide reasonable comfort despite months of continuous use speaks to the durability of well-crafted expansion charms. Educational approaches to tent making vary across wizarding institutions. Beauxbatons include spatial manipulation techniques in their advanced charms curriculum, while Durmstrang is known for their practical approach, requiring senior students to enchant and live in their own modest expanded shelters during wilderness training exercises. Hogwarts traditionally addresses the theoretical foundations in UT-level charms, though practical applications remain outside the standard curriculum. Legal regulation of expanded spaces, including tents, falls under the purview of the Department of Magical Transportation at the British Ministry of Magic. Current regulations require registration of any expanded space exceeding 30 cubic meters or intended for habitation by more than 6 magical persons. Inspections occur every 7 years for standard models, with commercial venues subject to annual review. These measures were implemented following several high-profile dimensional collapses in the early 20th century. For those who appreciate the theoretical aspects, the interaction between expansion charms and the natural magical field presents fascinating complexities. Expanded spaces require continuous but minimal magical maintenance, drawing ambient magical energy to sustain their dimensional integrity. This explains why such spaces occasionally experience minor fluctuations in areas with unstable magical fields, and why expansion charms fail completely in locations with significant magical disruption. As our evening together draws toward its close, the soft glow of our lantern reminds us of the comfort these magical dwellings provide to wizards and witches far from home. There is something profoundly reassuring about the knowledge that home is not merely a physical location, but a space we carry with us, sometimes quite literally in the case of magical tents. In this gentle darkness, as your thoughts drift toward dreams, consider how magical tents represent our deep desire for both adventure and security. What might it feel like to fall asleep beneath canvas walls that contain far more than they should, listening to rain patter harmlessly above while cocooned in expanded space? And if you could design your own magical dwelling to carry with you on life's journey, what rooms would you include, and what views might you enchant your windows to reveal? Chapter 7. The Veil Between Worlds. The deepest mysteries of magic often lie not in what can be created or transformed, but in the boundaries between what is and what lies beyond. As our candle flickers, casting long shadows across the room, let us venture into one of the most enigmatic corners of magical study, a place where the line between life and death grows thin enough to perceive, if not to cross. Tonight we shall explore the ancient and mysterious veil housed in the Department of Mysteries. In a chamber deep within the Ministry of Magic, far below the bustling streets of London, stands a stone archway, ancient and crumbling. It appears almost unremarkable at first glance, the sort of architectural remnant one might find in any centuries-old ruin. Yet this archway holds not stone or air in its center, but a tattered black veil that moves and flutters as though stirred by an unfelt breeze, regardless of the stillness around it. This is the veil, one of the most mysterious magical artifacts known to wizard kind. The chamber housing the veil is itself a place of profound significance. Known as the Death Chamber, it resides within the Department of Mysteries alongside other rooms dedicated to the fundamental forces of existence: time, space, thought, love, and prophecy. The chamber is built in the shape of a great stone amphitheater, with rows of stone benches descending like steps toward a central pit where the archway stands upon a raised stone dais. The design suggests not merely a research space, but a venue for observation, as though the archway were meant to be witnessed by many. The origins of the veil remain largely unknown, even to the unspeakables who study it. Archaeological evidence suggests the archway predates the Ministry of Magic itself, perhaps even the formal establishment of wizarding governance in Britain. Some magical historians theorize it was constructed during the time of Merlin, while others suggest it might be even older, a relic of ancient Celtic or pre-Celtic magical traditions, when the boundaries between worlds were less rigidly defined in magical thought. What makes the veil truly remarkable is not its age, but its nature. Those who stand before it often report hearing faint whispers or murmurs emanating from beyond the fluttering curtain, voices just beyond the threshold of clear comprehension. These sounds appear to be selective in who can perceive them. Some witches and wizards report hearing nothing at all, while others become almost transfixed by the whispers. Magical theorists have observed that those who have experienced profound loss or have come close to death themselves seem more attuned to these mysterious sounds. The physical properties of the veil defy conventional magical analysis. It cannot be summoned or banished, repaired or damaged through any known spell. Magical instruments designed to detect enchantments register contradictory readings when directed toward it, as though the veil exists simultaneously as a magical artifact and as something entirely outside the realm of standard magic. The curtain itself, though appearing tattered and fragile, has never changed in recorded history despite its constant motion. The space within the archway presents one of the greatest mysteries. Objects that pass through the veil do not emerge on the other side of the archway. They simply vanish, irretrievable by any magical means yet devised. Living creatures that cross the threshold are similarly lost. The tragic case of Sirius Black, who fell through the veil during a battle in the Department of Mysteries, illustrates the finality of this passage. Despite his godson's desperate hope for his return, not even the most powerful wizards could retrieve him from whatever lies beyond. The precise nature of what exists on the other side of the veil has been the subject of intense debate among unspeakables and magical theorists for centuries. The most widely accepted theory holds that the veil represents a direct passage to the realm of death, not merely a portal that causes death, but an actual threshold between the world of the living and whatever realm awaits beyond mortal existence. This would explain why those who have experienced loss seem more attuned to the voices, as they might be detecting loved ones who have already passed through. Other theories suggest more complex possibilities. Some researchers propose the veil might lead to a liminal space rather than death itself, a boundary realm where souls linger before moving on to whatever lies beyond. Others wonder if it might connect to multiple destinations depending on the nature of what passes through, or if it might even represent a fold in the fabric of existence that connects to all places and times simultaneously. The cultural significance of the veil extends beyond theoretical interest. In various periods of wizarding history, the death chamber has held religious or ceremonial importance. Ancient records suggest that before ministry regulation, certain magical communities would bring their dying to the chamber so they might pass peacefully through the veil rather than experiencing natural death. This practice was eventually prohibited due to concerns about the proper separation between life and death, but it illustrates the powerful symbolic role the veil has played in wizarding conceptions of mortality. Magical detection near the veil reveals unusual patterns in ambient magic. The area immediately surrounding the archway exhibits properties similar to places where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grows temporarily thin, such as certain locations on Samhain night, or sites of great magical significance, like ancient stone circles during solstices. However, unlike these temporary thinnings, the condition around the veil appears to be permanent and stable. The whispering voices that seem to emanate from beyond the veil have been the subject of particularly careful study. Attempts to record these sounds magically have yielded inconsistent results. What one listener perceives as coherent whispers might register to another as meaningless noise or nothing at all. Some skilled legilimens who have attempted to focus on the voices report brief, fragmentary connections with what they describe as impressions of consciousness rather than clear communication. These experiences, however, often leave even the most skilled mental magic practitioners disoriented and unable to articulate precisely what they perceived. The pull of the veil represents another of its mysterious properties. Those who stand before it sometimes report feeling a subtle attraction, not physically compelling but psychologically enticing, as though the veil were quietly inviting them closer. This effect appears strongest in individuals experiencing grief or those who have had near-death experiences. Unspeakables working in proximity to the archway must undergo special training to recognize and resist this subtle influence. Throughout wizarding history, various attempts have been made to study what lies beyond the veil through indirect means. In the 18th century, renowned magical researcher Theodora Fawley developed a specialized form of scrying intended to glimpse the other side without physical passage. Her notes, now preserved in the Department of Mysteries archives, describe shadowed impressions of endless peaceful motion before the magical backlash of the experiment left her blind for 3 months. Similar attempts with enchanted tools or specially bred magical creatures have yielded equally inconclusive and often dangerous results. The connection between the veil and other death-related magic presents another fascinating area of study. Researchers have noted similarities between the magic of the archway and certain aspects of Resurrection Stone lore, suggesting both might interact with the same fundamental boundary. Experiments attempting to use the stone in proximity to the veil were reportedly conducted in the early 19th century, though the results remain classified under the highest levels of ministry security. The stone dais upon which the archway stands has itself been the subject of extensive examination. Made of an unidentified stone that resembles granite but possesses unusual magical properties, the platform features faint inscriptions in a language that has defied translation. The symbols appear related to neither ancient runes nor any known magical script, adding another layer to the mystery of the veil's origins. Some unspeakables theorize these markings might represent a form of pre-linguistic magical notation, encoding spells from a time before standardized incantations. The acoustics of the death chamber contribute to its otherworldly atmosphere. Sound behaves unusually within the space, with normal conversation sometimes becoming muffled, while the faint whispers from the veil can occasionally become surprisingly clear. This selective acoustic property has led some researchers to propose that the chamber itself might have been designed as a kind of magical amplifier, specifically tuned to the frequencies of whatever emanates from beyond the veil. Ministry records indicate varying policies regarding the veil throughout different administrations. During certain periods, research was actively encouraged, while at other times, access was severely restricted. These policy shifts often corresponded with changing cultural attitudes toward death and the afterlife in the broader wizarding community. Currently, only unspeakables with specific clearance are permitted to conduct studies in the death chamber, and all findings remain confidential. The impact of the Battle of the Department of Mysteries on the veil and its surrounding chamber represents an interesting footnote in its long history. When spells flew during the conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and Death Eaters, several struck the stone archway or passed through the veil itself. Subsequent monitoring revealed no discernible changes to the artifact, supporting the theory that it exists somewhat outside conventional magical influence. The only notable aftermath was a temporary increase in the audibility of the whispers for several months following the battle, though this eventually returned to normal levels. Personal accounts from those who have spent significant time studying the veil often include references to dreams, vivid visions of standing before the archway, or walking through it into landscapes that cannot be clearly remembered upon waking. These shared dream experiences have led some magical theorists to propose that the veil might influence consciousness even beyond direct proximity, perhaps reaching into the realm of sleep where the mind naturally drifts closer to the boundaries of normal perception. For all the research conducted over centuries, the veil remains largely as mysterious today as when it was first discovered. Its purpose, origin, and true nature continue to elude even the most dedicated magical scholars. Perhaps this is fitting for an artifact that appears to stand at the threshold of life's greatest mystery. In the contemplative silence of the death chamber, the softly stirring curtain reminds us that some boundaries were perhaps meant to be approached with reverence rather than crossed with certainty. As our evening draws to its close, with shadows deepening and the fire burning low, consider the philosophical question the veil presents to all who contemplate it. What does it mean to exist at the edges of understanding, to perceive the boundary of something beyond comprehension, without being able to cross it? And in your quiet moments of reflection, what whispers might you hear from beyond your own personal veils, those thresholds of understanding that both limit and define your experience of this magical world? Chapter 8. The Enchantment of a Spell-Checking Quill. The gentle evening light filters through our window as we turn our attention to another magical innovation that has quietly transformed wizarding education and literature. Far humbler than grand enchantments that capture attention with spectacular displays, the spell-checking quill represents the subtle marriage of everyday practicality with sophisticated magical theory, a perfect example of how magic enhances the mundane aspects of wizarding life. Imagine holding such a quill between your fingers, perhaps crafted from a sleek raven feather with a nib of polished silver. Unlike its ordinary counterpart, this remarkable writing instrument carries enchantments that detect and correct misspelled words as they form on parchment, saving countless students and authors from embarrassing errors and tedious revisions. Yet the magic that enables this seemingly simple function draws upon complex enchantment principles deserving of our appreciation. The development of the spell-checking quill is generally attributed to Madame Elidora Ketteridge, a renowned magical educator who taught at Hogwarts during the early 19th century. As professor of magical theory, Ketteridge observed that many promising students produced work marred by spelling errors that distracted from their otherwise insightful content. Rather than merely lamenting this problem, she set about creating a practical solution by applying theoretical principles to an everyday object. The prototype spell-checking quills developed by Ketteridge were considerably more complex than modern versions. Early models incorporated a tiny crystal reservoir in the shaft that needed to be charged with a specialized vocabulary potion brewed under a waxing moon. When the potion depleted after approximately 3 months of use, the quill would begin emitting a high-pitched humming sound to signal the need for recharging. While effective, this design proved impractical for widespread use due to the complexity of the required potion. Significant advancement came in 1843 when wandmaker Gervase Ollivander collaborated with enchanted object specialist Leopold Wimborne to develop a more elegant solution. Their innovation replaced the potion reservoir with a series of interwoven enchantments directly embedded in the quill itself. This breakthrough allowed the spell-checking function to draw sustenance from the ambient magic present during the writing process, rather than requiring separate charging. The enchantment process for modern spell-checking quills involves multiple layers of sophisticated magic applied over several days. The core enchantment combines elements of detection, comparison, and correction functions woven together with remarkable precision. The process begins with the selection of an appropriate feather, typically from ravens, owls, or occasionally jobberknolls, whose memory-retaining properties lend themselves well to vocabulary retention. Once selected, the feather undergoes a preparation bath in a solution of armadillo bile, essence of dittany, and powdered moonstone. This sensitizes the natural material to the magical imprinting that follows. After drying under specific conditions, traditionally in filtered moonlight for exactly 7 hours, the quill is ready for the primary enchantment sequence. The first layer of spellwork involves a modified version of the Scarpin's Revella spell, adapted to detect inconsistencies in spelling rather than potion ingredients. This detection charm is calibrated to recognize patterns of letters that deviate from standard spelling while ignoring intentional neologisms or proper names. The subtlety of this calibration represents a significant magical achievement, as it must differentiate between actual errors and creative word choices. The second layer incorporates a specialized memory charm that holds an extensive vocabulary against which written words are compared. Unlike the memory modifications used on humans, this charm creates a stable, accessible lexicon within the quill's structure. Advanced models include expanded vocabularies for specific subjects. Quills enchanted for potion making, for instance, recognize obscure ingredient names that standard models might flag as errors. The third and most complex enchantment layer enables the actual correction function. This involves a delicate combination of a reversible transfiguration spell and a directed movement charm. When an error is detected, this enchantment temporarily converts the incorrectly spelled ink into a malleable state, redistributes it to form the correct spelling, and then resolidifies it, all in a fraction of a second, often before the writer has even lifted the quill from the parchment. The wandwork required for this final enchantment is so precise that only specially trained wandmakers or enchantment specialists can perform it successfully. The incantation itself is unusually long, containing 47 syllables delivered in a specific rhythmic pattern. Legend holds that Ollivander developed a specialized cedar wand specifically for applying this enchantment, which remains in use by the Ollivander shop for crafting their premium spell-checking quills. The magical theory underlying spell-checking quills intersects with several branches of enchantment. The detection aspect draws from principles similar to those used in probity probes and secrecy sensors, while the correction function shares theoretical foundations with self-correcting magical objects like the self-straightening telescope. This convergence of different magical disciplines in a single object exemplifies the elegant complexity hidden within seemingly simple magical items. Users of spell-checking quills quickly discover their limitations. Standard models correct only spelling errors, not grammatical mistakes or awkward phrasing. The enchantment recognizes and corrects approximately 95% of common misspellings, but may struggle with homophones, words that sound alike but are spelled differently, since these require contextual understanding beyond the capabilities of standard enchantment. More sophisticated versions have emerged to address these limitations. The advanced academic model, popular among magical researchers and authors, includes rudimentary grammar correction and can flag potentially confused homophones with a subtle color change in the ink. The professional proofreading quill, though expensive and requiring periodic maintenance by a specialist, extends these capabilities further with enchantments that can detect inconsistencies in style and certain logical contradictions within a text. Like many magical objects, spell-checking quills occasionally manifest unexpected behaviors, particularly as they age. Well-used quills sometimes develop what enchantment specialists call lexical preferences, showing slight resistance when writing certain words and unusual smoothness with others. Some writers become quite attached to these quirks, claiming their quill has developed a personality that complements their own writing style. More problematic are the rare cases of orthographic overcorrection, where an aging spell-checking quill begins imposing archaic or unconventional spellings based on its original vocabulary enchantment. The most famous example occurred during the publication of Modern Magical History in 1927, where an editor's elderly spell-checking quill silently replaced modern spell forms with their 16th-century equivalents throughout the manuscript, resulting in a first printing that read like a historical document rather than a contemporary text. The magical education system has developed a complex relationship with spell-checking quills. At Hogwarts and other magical schools, policies vary by professor and subject. Some teachers ban their use entirely for assignments, believing students should master proper spelling without magical assistance. Others permit them for draft work but require final submissions to be produced with standard quills. Still others view spell-checking quills as practical tools that allow students to focus on content rather than mechanics, particularly in subjects like history of magic where essay writing features prominently. Examination authorities take a more consistent approach. OL and NUT examinations prohibit spell-checking quills entirely, instead providing standard anti-cheating quills to all students. This policy reflects both the need for standardization and the belief that correct spelling represents a basic magical competency that students should demonstrate without assistance. The cultural impact of spell-checking quills extends beyond education into publishing and correspondence. The Daily Prophet maintains a staff of specialized editing enchanters who reinforce and calibrate the spell-checking quills used by their reporters, ensuring consistency in house style across all articles. For personal correspondence, monogrammed spell-checking quills have become popular gifts for coming-of-age celebrations, often featuring customized enchantments that include family names and locations in their vocabulary. The international market for spell-checking quills reveals interesting cultural variations. British models typically favor a conservative approach, correcting only clear errors while preserving stylistic choices. American enchantment patterns tend to be more assertive, sometimes imposing standardized spelling on words with multiple acceptable variants. French spell-checking quills are renowned for their ability to maintain proper accent marks and cedillas, while Japanese models can navigate the complexities of multiple writing systems with remarkable accuracy. For wand makers and enchantment specialists, creating high-quality spell-checking quills represents both a profitable business and an opportunity to demonstrate technical virtuosity. Annual competitions hosted by the Society for Enchanted Writing Implements showcase innovations in the field, with categories for vocabulary breadth, correction speed, and endurance under heavy use. The coveted Golden Nib Award recognizes the most significant advancement in quill enchantment each year. The manufacturing process has evolved over time. While early spell-checking quills were individually crafted by specialists, modern production typically involves a combination of mass preparation techniques for the base components, followed by individual enchantment. Scriven Shafts in Hogsmeade maintains the traditional approach, with each quill individually crafted from selection through enchantment, while larger manufacturers like Scribulus employ teams of enchanters working in coordinated shifts to meet demand. The relationship between spell-checking quills and their Muggle counterparts presents an interesting study in parallel innovation. Around the same time that Wizarding Society was refining the spell-checking quill, Muggles were developing mechanical spell-checkers, followed eventually by electronic and software-based solutions. This parallel development path illustrates how magical and non-magical societies often address similar needs through their respective technologies. Recent innovations include experimental models that can be calibrated to specific dialects or specialized vocabularies. Research at the Institute for Advanced Enchantment has produced prototypes that can be temporarily imprinted with the contents of a specific reference text, making them invaluable for academics working in narrow specialties with unique terminology. Other developments focus on durability, with new methods of binding the enchantments that resist degradation even after years of heavy use. As our candle burns lower and shadows lengthen across the room, consider the humble spell-checking quill as a testament to magical ingenuity applied to everyday challenges. Neither flashy nor dramatic, it represents the kind of practical enchantment that quietly enhances daily life throughout the wizarding world. Its development required not grand gestures, but meticulous attention to detail, a hallmark of truly refined magical craftsmanship. Before we conclude our exploration, reflect on how this seemingly simple object connects to broader questions about magical education and communication. When does magical assistance enhance our abilities, and when might it hinder deeper learning? What balance exists between convenience and mastery? Perhaps, in considering these questions about a humble enchanted quill, we might find insights applicable to much greater magical endeavors. As you rest tonight, perhaps with a quill of your own upon your bedside table, what thoughts might flow more freely, knowing that the mechanics of writing need not distract from the pure expression of ideas? And in what other aspects of life might subtle magical refinements create space for greater creativity and connection? Chapter 9. The Practice Sessions of Dumbledore's Army. The soft glow of evening settles around us as we turn our attention to a remarkable chapter in Hogwarts history, one where students took their education into their own hands when traditional instruction failed them. In the shadow of ministry interference and growing darkness beyond the castle walls, a group of determined young witches and wizards gathered in secret to learn the magic they would need to defend themselves and others. Tonight, we shall explore the practice sessions of Dumbledore's army, not just what spells they mastered, but how their unique approach to magical education transformed them from students into a force that would help shape the outcome of the Second Wizarding War. The genesis of these extraordinary lessons came from necessity rather than academic curiosity. The arrival of Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts professor in the 1995 to 1996 school year marked a dramatic shift in the educational approach at Hogwarts. Her ministry-approved curriculum, focused entirely on theoretical knowledge with no practical application, left students woefully unprepared at a time when dark forces were secretly gathering strength. It was in this atmosphere of educational suppression that Hermione Granger first proposed the idea of supplementary defense lessons, with Harry Potter serving as instructor based on his practical experience facing dark magic. What began as a tentative meeting in the Hogshead Tavern soon evolved into a structured, clandestine educational program involving 28 students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw houses. The curriculum development process itself demonstrated remarkable educational insight from students who had never formally taught before. Rather than attempting to replicate the standard defense against the dark arts syllabus, Harry Potter assessed the group's most urgent needs and designed a progressive training program that balanced fundamental skills with advanced defensive magic. This intuitive approach to curriculum design, beginning with core competencies before advancing to more complex spell work, reflected pedagogical principles that many trained educators would recognize. Picture the room of requirement during that first proper meeting. Nervous students gathered in a spacious training area, lined with bookshelves containing defensive magical texts, cushioned areas for practicing stunning spells, dark detectors of various types humming softly in corners. The atmosphere combined anxiety and excitement as Harry overcame his initial discomfort with teaching and began with the foundational disarming charm, Expelliarmus. This choice of starting point revealed Harry's fundamental understanding that magical defense begins not with flashy, aggressive spells, but with the ability to neutralize an opponent's magical advantage. Some older students initially expressed disappointment at practicing what they considered a basic spell, but Harry's insistence that this charm had saved his life against Voldemort himself highlighted a core philosophy of the DA sessions. Practical effectiveness took precedence over magical impressiveness. The teaching methodology that emerged during these sessions differed significantly from traditional Hogwarts instruction. Rather than lecturing from the front of a classroom, Harry demonstrated spells, then circulated among practicing partners, offering individualized guidance and correction. This approach, with its higher ratio of practice time to instruction time, proved remarkably effective for physical skills like precise wand movement and proper defensive stance. Each session typically began with a brief review of previously mastered spells before introducing new material. This spiral learning approach allowed skills to be reinforced while building toward more complex magic. The progression moved logically from defensive basics like disarming and stunning to more advanced protective magic, and eventually to the exceptionally difficult Patronus charm. The physical transformation of the students through these practice sessions was subtle but significant. Early meetings showed hesitant movement and uncertain wand work, with many spells failing or manifesting weakly. As weeks passed, the room of requirement echoed with increasingly confident incantations and the distinctive sounds of successful spellcasting. Physical postures shifted from tentative to assured, reaction times quickened, and the coordinated movement of dueling pairs became almost choreographic in its fluid precision. Individual development within the group varied based on prior experience, natural aptitude, and commitment to practice. Neville Longbottom's progression serves as perhaps the most dramatic example of the DA's effectiveness. Beginning with basic confidence issues that affected his magical performance, Neville's steady improvement through consistent practice eventually transformed him into a capable defensive duelist who would later lead the reconstituted DA during the darkest days of Hogwarts under Death Eater control. The social dynamics within these practice sessions created an unusual learning environment that transcended typical classroom experiences. House divisions, while not entirely dissolved, became notably less significant as students focused on their shared purpose. Friendships formed across traditional boundaries, with study partnerships emerging based on complementary skills rather than house affiliation or prior social connections. The room of requirement itself evolved throughout the year to accommodate the group's developing needs. When practicing stunning spells, it provided more extensive cushioned areas to catch falling students safely. For work on the Patronus charm, the lighting dimmed to help visualize the silvery protectors more clearly. This responsive environment, uniquely attuned to educational requirements, created ideal conditions for accelerated magical development that conventional classrooms couldn't match. Teaching methods naturally varied based on the spell being taught. For the impediment jinx, students practiced on enchanted training dummies that moved at varying speeds. Shield charms required partners casting mild jinxes to be blocked. The reductor curse used targets specifically conjured for destruction. This variety of practical applications maintained engagement while demonstrating the versatility of defensive magic beyond formulaic classroom exercises. The emotional component of these practice sessions deserves particular attention. traditional magical education at Hogwarts, while occasionally addressing the emotional elements of magic, particularly in charms, generally focused on technical execution. The DA sessions, by contrast, explicitly acknowledged the emotional underpinnings of powerful defensive magic. Nowhere was this more evident than in the teaching of the Patronus charm, where Harry guided students to access their happiest memories as the essential foundation for this advanced protective spell. By mid-year, the practice sessions had developed their own distinct cultural elements. A specialized vocabulary emerged, with students referring to specific drilling patterns by nicknames. Inside jokes related to particularly memorable magical mishaps created a sense of shared experience. The enchanted galleons, used to communicate meeting times, became tangible symbols of membership, carried with a mixture of caution and pride. The educational approach evolved as student confidence grew. Early sessions featured direct instruction, with Harry demonstrating and explaining each spell. As competence developed, sessions began incorporating more peer teaching, with more advanced students helping those who struggled with particular techniques. This organic shift distributed teaching responsibilities and reinforced learning, as those explaining concepts solidified their own understanding. Different students excelled in different aspects of defensive magic, creating a community of practice where various strengths were recognized and valued. Ginny Weasley's exceptional skill with the Bat-Bogey Hex, Hermione Granger's perfect execution of theory-heavy spells, and Luna Lovegood's unpredictable but effective dueling style all contributed to a rich learning environment where multiple approaches to magical defense could be observed and appreciated. The practical challenges of maintaining this secret educational endeavor extended beyond magical instruction. Students needed to arrive and depart staggered to avoid drawing attention. Knowledge of meeting times had to be communicated securely, accomplished through Hermione's ingenious enchanted coins. Explanations for absences from house common rooms needed to be plausible and varied. These operational security measures provided an additional layer of practical education in planning, discretion, and crisis management. As winter deepened into spring, the practice sessions intensified. News of Azkaban breakouts and growing evidence of dark activity beyond Hogwarts lent urgency to their work. The abstract possibility of needing defensive magic became a more concrete reality, shifting the emotional context of their practice. Determination deepened, concentration sharpened, and the room often fell silent, except for incantations and the sounds of spells connecting with targets or being deflected by shields. The range of spells mastered by the end of these sessions was impressive by any educational standard. From the fundamental disarming and stunning spells, students progressed through impediment jinxes, reductor curses, and various jinxes and hexes useful in defensive situations. Many achieved shield charms of significant strength, and a remarkable number produced at least corporeal patronuses, an achievement typically beyond OWL-level students, and evidence of the effectiveness of their practice methodology. The educational experience was not without challenges. Different learning rates created occasional frustration, with some students mastering spells quickly, while others required extensive practice. Harry's inexperience as a teacher sometimes led to difficulties explaining magical concepts he understood intuitively, but had never articulated. The pressure of secrecy and the constant threat of discovery added stress to an already demanding magical curriculum. Yet these challenges themselves became valuable learning opportunities. Students developed patience with different learning styles. Harry refined his teaching approach, discovering effective ways to break down complex magical concepts into manageable components. The need for secrecy fostered creativity and problem-solving skills that extended beyond spellcasting to the practical management of a clandestine organization. The final DA session before discovery came tantalizingly close to completing their planned curriculum. Students had progressed from nervous beginners to confident practitioners of defensive magic, capable of protecting themselves and others in genuinely threatening situations. The educational achievement represented by this transformation cannot be overstated. In less than a year of irregular practice sessions, Many participants advanced their practical defensive skills beyond what years of conventional instruction might have accomplished. When Umbridge finally discovered the group through Marietta Edgecombe's betrayal, she found not just evidence of rule-breaking, but proof of an alternative educational model that had succeeded where her ministry-approved curriculum had failed. The Dumbledore's army list of names she seized represented not just members of a forbidden student organization, but graduates of what might be considered one of the most successful remedial magical programs ever informally established at Hogwarts. The educational legacy of these practice sessions extended far beyond their official conclusion. Many DA members later credited these lessons with giving them the skills and confidence that would prove crucial during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, and eventually, the defense of Hogwarts itself. The teaching methodologies, emphasizing practical application, peer learning, and progressive skill development, would influence how some members later approached their own magical careers. Most significantly, these sessions demonstrated a profound truth about magical education, that the most effective learning often happens when students are internally motivated by genuine need, rather than external requirements. The voluntary nature of participation, the clear purpose behind their practice, and the supportive community that developed around their shared goals created ideal conditions for magical development that formal classroom environments struggle to replicate. As our evening contemplation of these remarkable practice sessions draws to a close, the shadows lengthening across our room, consider how the story of Dumbledore's army illustrates the transformative potential of education when it emerges from necessity and commitment rather than mere obligation. These young witches and wizards, gathering in secret to learn magic that institutions had denied them, embodied a timeless educational truth that the desire to learn, when coupled with purposeful practice and supportive community, can accomplish what the most elaborate formal systems sometimes cannot. In the quietness of this moment, as you drift toward dreams, perhaps you might reflect on your own magical learning journey. What skills have you developed through formal instruction, and which have you acquired through necessity and practice? And if you found yourself in a room that provided exactly what you needed to master the magic most essential to your life's path, what might that room contain, and who might join you in practicing its unique and necessary enchantments? Chapter 10. The Reluctance of Draco Malfoy. The shadows grow longer as our evening deepens, and with them comes a tale of difficult choices and painful transformation. Not all stories in the wizarding world follow the clear path of heroism or villainy. Some wind through darker corridors of doubt and fear, where the line between what is expected and what is right becomes blurred in the half-light of conflicting loyalties. Tonight, we shall explore one such journey, the complex and troubled path of Draco Malfoy during his 6th year at Hogwarts, when youthful arrogance gave way to the crushing weight of impossible expectations. Draco Malfoy entered his 6th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in September 1996. Transformed from the boy he had been, the previous summer had altered the landscape of his life irrevocably. His father, Lucius Malfoy, once influential and feared, now languished in Azkaban following the failed attempt to retrieve the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. The Malfoy name, long synonymous with power and prestige in certain circles, had fallen into disfavor with the Dark Lord, who once counted Lucius among his most valued servants. Imagine the ancestral halls of Malfoy Manor that summer, once a place of privilege and certainty, now filled with tension and the unspoken fear of Lord Voldemort's displeasure. Within these walls, young Draco, raised on beliefs in blood purity and the natural superiority of families like his, faced the harsh reality that even pure blood and old wealth provided no protection when the Dark Lord sought retribution for failure. It was in this atmosphere of disgrace and desperation that Draco received what outwardly appeared to be an honor. The dark mark burned into his flesh, making him the youngest Death Eater in Voldemort's ranks. Yet, this was no reward. With this brand came a mission designed not for success but for failure, a punishment for his father directed at the family's most vulnerable member. The task assigned to him was nothing less than the assassination of Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, and the only one Voldemort himself truly feared. The impossibility of this assignment was its very purpose. In the cruel calculation of the Dark Lord, Draco would almost certainly fail and be killed, punishing Lucius through the loss of his heir, while removing a disappointing family from Voldemort's service. As the Hogwarts Express carried students north that September, Draco already bore the invisible weight of this impossible task. The arrogant swagger that had characterized his previous years had hardened into something more brittle and dangerous. Fellow students who encountered him on the train noted an unusual intensity, a coiled tension that would occasionally spring forth in moments of unexpected violence, as when he broke Harry Potter's nose while the latter spied on the Slytherin compartment. Upon arrival at school, Draco initially attempted to maintain his familiar persona, the privileged, pure-blood prince of Slytherin House. He continued his prefect duties and resumed his position on the Quidditch team. Yet close observers would have noticed subtle changes, less enthusiasm for the petty torments that once occupied his time, fewer boasts about his family's influence, and a new tendency to withdraw from his usual circle of admirers for long periods of solitude. The psychological burden of his assignment manifested physically as the term progressed. The once immaculate appearance gave way to a pallid complexion and dark shadows beneath increasingly haunted eyes. His classwork suffered as his attention turned inward to the problem that consumed his waking thoughts and disturbed his sleep: how to accomplish the seemingly impossible without sacrificing his own life and that of his family. Draco's approach to his grim task revealed both resourcefulness and reluctance. Rather than attempting direct confrontation with a wizard far beyond his abilities, he pursued indirect methods, first with the cursed necklace sent through an unwitting Katie Bell, and later with poisoned mead meant for the headmaster, but mistakenly consumed by Ron Weasley. That both attempts were so poorly executed suggests not merely inexperience, but perhaps an unconscious sabotage of his own plans. The room of requirement became Draco's sanctuary and workshop during these troubled months. Hours disappeared as he labored over the broken vanishing cabinet, attempting to repair the complex magical object that would create a passage for Death Eaters to enter the supposedly impenetrable castle. In this hidden space, away from watching eyes, the mask of confidence could drop, revealing the terrified boy beneath the would-be assassin's facade. Professor Severus Snape, bound by the unbreakable vow to assist and protect Draco, observed the deterioration with growing concern. His repeated attempts to offer help met with hostile rejection, not merely from the typical teenage resistance to authority, but from Draco's desperate need to succeed alone. In the young Malfoy's mind, accepting help meant admitting weakness, and weakness meant death in the merciless calculus of Voldemort's service. The winter holidays brought no respite, only a return to Malfoy Manor, where the Dark Lord's presence cast a long shadow over traditional celebrations. Imagine Draco sitting at his family's elegant table, going through the motions of festivity, while acutely aware of his lack of progress and the dwindling time before his inevitable failure would be called to account. The pressure that had built throughout autumn now threatened to crush him entirely. Upon returning to Hogwarts for the spring term, Draco's physical decline accelerated, weight fell from his already slender frame, and classmates noted his increasing absence from meals in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall recorded a sharp decline in his Transfiguration performance, while other teachers reported alarming inconsistency in academic work previously characterized by competent, if not inspired, achievement. Perhaps most telling was his withdrawal from Quidditch, an activity that had once been central to his identity at Hogwarts. The boy who had gloried in sporting rivalry and had once gone to elaborate lengths to unsettle the Gryffindor team now could barely summon interest in match outcomes. Such abandonment of a core aspect of his school persona indicated the profound shift in priorities and perspective forced upon him. The bathroom confrontation with Harry Potter in late spring, which ended with Draco severely wounded by the Sectum Sempra curse, represented a breaking point. Lying on the flooded floor, blood mingling with water, Draco experienced a moment of terrible clarity. He had become a pawn sacrificed in a game played by powers beyond his control or comprehension. The tears Potter had witnessed before their duel were not merely from fear, but from the crushing recognition of his own expendability. As May turned to June, and the deadline for his task loomed ever closer, Draco finally achieved success with the vanishing cabinet. Yet witnesses to the subsequent events atop the astronomy tower described not triumph in his demeanor, but profound conflict. Face to face with a weakened Albus Dumbledore, wand raised to perform the killing curse, Draco hesitated, even with Death Eaters urging him forward, and everything he valued hanging in the balance. He could not bring himself to commit murder. This moment of reluctance, this inability to cross the final threshold into darkness, despite every external pressure, reveals the core of Draco's complex character. Raised in prejudice, steered toward dark magic, and threatened with death, he nevertheless retained some fundamental boundary within himself, some line he could not cross, despite believing his life depended on doing so. In the aftermath of Dumbledore's death, accomplished by Snape when Draco could not perform the deed, the young Malfoy found himself in the paradoxical position of having technically succeeded in his primary mission of providing Death Eaters access to Hogwarts while failing in the specific task of killing the headmaster. This ambiguous outcome reflected the increasingly gray moral space he inhabited, neither fully committed to the Dark Lord's cause, nor brave enough to actively oppose it. The summer that followed brought no relief. Malfoy Manor transformed into Voldemort's headquarters, forcing Draco to witness horrors that would have been unimaginable to the pampered child he had been just 2 years earlier. The murder of Charity Burbage, former Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts, occurred before his eyes at the family dining table, the ultimate perversion of the home that had once represented safety and superiority. This period of Draco's life illustrates a profound truth often overlooked in simpler narratives of good versus evil, that circumstances of birth and upbringing can set young people on paths not of their choosing, and that breaking free requires not one heroic moment but a series of increasingly difficult reckonings with inherited beliefs. Draco's reluctance, though not rising to the level of redemption, opened a hairline fracture in the foundation of certainty upon which his worldview had been built. The psychological transformation continued into the following year, when Draco returned to a Hogwarts under Death Eater control. Those who observed him noted a hollow compliance rather than the enthusiastic participation that might have been expected from the Draco of earlier years. Even when presented with the captured Harry Potter at Malfoy Manor during the Easter holiday, he demonstrated reluctance to make a positive identification that would have sealed his former rival's fate. This evolution from eager participant in bigotry to reluctant accomplice in atrocity represents not a clean conversion narrative, but a messier, more human journey of gradual disillusionment. The beliefs instilled since childhood did not disappear, but began to crumble when confronted with the brutal reality of what those beliefs looked like when implemented by Voldemort's regime. During the final battle for Hogwarts, Draco's actions continued to reflect this internal conflict, neither heroically switching sides, nor fully embracing the Death Eater cause. He instead focused primarily on survival, his own and that of his parents. This seemingly selfish priority nevertheless represented a significant shift from ideological commitment to recognition of the fundamental value of life, regardless of blood status or magical ability. In examining Draco Malfoy's reluctance throughout this pivotal year, we find a nuanced portrait of how indoctrination can be challenged, not by external arguments, but by the gradual accumulation of experiences that contradict inherited certainties. His journey suggests that redemption is rarely a single dramatic choice, but rather a long path of increasingly difficult reckonings with one's past actions and beliefs. The firelight flickers lower as our exploration of this troubled journey nears its end. The story of Draco Malfoy during his 6th year teaches us that courage wears many faces, sometimes appearing not as grand heroism, but as the small, private resistance to crossing moral boundaries even when every external pressure demands compliance. His reluctance, though not sufficient to make him a hero, preserved enough of his humanity to allow for the possibility of a different future. As you drift towards sleep, consider the nature of reluctance itself, how it can represent not weakness, but the first tentative step toward reclaiming moral agency. What invisible lines exist within each of us that we would not cross, regardless of consequence, and how might the quiet refusal to become what others expect shape a life as profoundly as more celebrated acts of courage. Chapter 11. The Space Within a Vanishing Cabinet. In the quiet hours of evening, as the boundaries between the seen and unseen world grow thin, let us turn our attention to one of the most enigmatic magical objects that played a pivotal role in the Wizarding War, the Vanishing Cabinet. Neither ordinary furniture nor simple transportation device, these paired magical artifacts represent some of the most sophisticated spatial magic ever created, harboring within their wooden frames a mystery that transcends conventional understanding of magical travel. Imagine standing before such a cabinet, perhaps crafted from dark mahogany with ornate silver hinges, its surface worn smooth by centuries of use. Small nicks and scratches, telling silent stories of its journey through wizarding history. Unremarkable at first glance, nothing in its appearance suggests the extraordinary properties hidden within. Yet, when its door opens, it reveals not the expected interior space, but a threshold to somewhere else entirely. A magical pathway connecting distant locations through a space that exists neither here nor there. The origins of vanishing cabinets stretch back to the medieval period, when wizarding communities faced increasing persecution during witch hunts. Historical records attribute their invention to Adalbert Waffling, a 14th century magical theorist whose work on transdimensional spaces laid the groundwork for many modern transportation enchantments. Waffling created the first paired cabinets as emergency escape routes for wizarding families, allowing them to disappear from their homes and reappear safely in distant locations if threatened by witch hunters. The fundamental principle underlying vanishing cabinets differs significantly from other magical transportation methods. Unlike apparition, which involves compression through space, or portkeys, which create a direct link between two locations, vanishing cabinets operate through what magical theorists call spatial folding, creating a self-contained pocket dimension that simultaneously connects to both locations without passing through the intervening space. This subtle distinction explains why vanishing cabinets can bypass magical protections that prevent conventional magical transportation. The user doesn't technically travel through the protected space, but rather steps outside normal space entirely before re-entering at a different point. This property made them particularly valuable during both wizarding wars, when safe houses and strongholds were typically warded against standard magical access. The construction of a vanishing cabinet involves extraordinarily complex enchantment that few wandmakers or magical artificers can successfully accomplish. The process begins with the selection of wood harvested during a lunar eclipse, preferably from trees growing in naturally magical locations. This material must be carefully seasoned for exactly 7 years before construction can begin, ensuring its receptivity to the sophisticated spatial magic required. The cabinet shells must be crafted as perfect mirrors of each other, with identical dimensions down to the fraction of a millimeter. Even a slight discrepancy between the paired cabinets can lead to incomplete transportation, a dangerous situation where the traveler might become trapped in the in-between space or arrive missing parts of themselves. This precision requirement explains why successful paired cabinets are exceedingly rare and highly valued in the wizarding world. The enchantment process itself requires months of intricate spellwork. The primary incantation, Harmonia Nectar Passus, must be performed simultaneously on both cabinets during specific astronomical alignments. This synchronized enchantment establishes the initial connection between the paired objects. Subsequent layers of spellwork reinforce this connection and create the stable pocket dimension that serves as the transit space between cabinets. The interior space of a functioning vanishing cabinet presents a magical curiosity that has fascinated theoretical magic researchers for centuries. Those few who have studied this phenomenon, primarily unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries, describe it as a non-location, a space that exists outside conventional reality, while maintaining connections to both entry points. Accounts from individuals who have experienced conscious passage through properly functioning cabinets describe a momentary sensation of existing everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Unlike the uncomfortable compression of apparition or the hooking sensation of portkey travel, cabinet transportation feels like a gentle dissolution followed by reassembly. The entire process typically takes less than 3 seconds, though subjective experience suggests time itself behaves differently within the cabinet's transitional space. The magical theory explaining this phenomenon involves principles of quantum entanglement. The paired cabinets, though physically separate, remain magically connected at a fundamental level. The transitional space between them exists as a probability field rather than a physical location, with the traveler's magical essence temporarily converted to a state of magical potential before reforming at the destination. This delicate process requires perfect calibration between the paired cabinets. Any misalignment can disrupt the proper reconstitution of the traveler. Historical records document several tragic accidents involving damaged vanishing cabinets. The most notorious occurred in 1659, when prominent magical researcher Madame Theodora Chittock attempted passage through a cabinet whose pair had suffered minor fire damage. Witnesses reported that she simply vanished upon entering and never emerged from either cabinet. Her fate remains one of the enduring mysteries of magical transportation accidents. During the first rise of Voldemort in the 1970s, vanishing cabinets gained renewed importance as escape routes for families under threat. The demand led to a brief surge in their production, though many of these hastily created pairs proved dangerously unreliable. The Department of Magical Transportation eventually implemented strict regulations on their creation and registration, requiring extensive testing before certification for human transport. The particular pair of vanishing cabinets that would later play a crucial role in the Battle of the Astronomy Tower had a long and storied history before that fateful night. The cabinet that ended up in the Room of Requirement originally stood in a private collection at Borgin and Burke's, while its twin resided in the personal quarters of a Hogwarts professor during the early 20th century. During a student prank in the 1940s, the Hogwarts cabinet was relocated to the Room of Hidden Things, where it remained largely forgotten. Decades later, during the height of the First Wizarding War, the cabinet in Borgin and Burke's was sold to a wealthy wizard seeking a secure escape route. Its connection to its long-lost pair had deteriorated significantly by this time, rendering it essentially useless without extensive repair. After changing hands several times, it eventually returned to Borgin and Burke's as a curiosity, rather than a functional magical device. The damaged state of these particular cabinets provides insight into the delicate magic that governs them. When Montague was forced into the Hogwarts cabinet during Umbridge's reign, his incomplete passage, trapped somewhere between cabinets for nearly 2 days, demonstrated the dangers of transit through improperly functioning pairs. His report of hearing voices from both Hogwarts and Borgin and Burke's, while trapped, suggests the transitional space maintains tenuous connections to both physical locations, even when the full transportation function fails. Draco Malfoy's efforts to repair the Hogwarts cabinet during his 6th year represent an extraordinary feat of magical restoration given his youth and limited experience with such complex enchantments. His success, achieved after months of painstaking work, speaks to both his magical aptitude and the tremendous pressure driving him to complete the task. The cabinet required not just repair of physical damage, but the re-establishment of its magical connection to its distant pair, essentially reweaving the complex dimensional magic that had deteriorated over decades. The test objects Draco sent through the cabinet during his repair attempts reveal the progressive nature of the restoration. The first attempts resulted in objects arriving damaged or partially transformed, a bird arriving dead, an apple with bites taken from it. These results suggest the transitional space was incompletely formed, causing partial loss or transformation during transit. Only when a living bird successfully made the round-trip journey could he be confident the spatial connection had been fully restored. The magical mechanics that allow physical matter to pass between paired cabinets involves a sophisticated form of temporary transubstantiation. Unlike flue powder travel, where the body is converted to ash-like particles for transit, vanishing cabinet passage maintains the traveler's physical integrity throughout. This property made the cabinets particularly valuable for transporting delicate objects that might be damaged by other magical transportation methods, including certain potions, ingredients, and fragile magical artifacts. The cabinet's spatial properties also distinguish it from seemingly similar transportation methods. Vanishing cabinets cannot be redirected or intercepted during transit, unlike flue network connections, which can potentially be monitored or diverted. Once the cabinet door closes behind a traveler, their arrival at the paired location is essentially instantaneous and guaranteed, provided both cabinets are functioning correctly. This security feature made them particularly valuable for clandestine movement during both Wizarding Wars. The relationship between vanishing cabinets and other forms of spatial magic presents interesting theoretical connections. The enchantments share certain principles with undetectable extension charms, though applied in significantly different ways. Where extension charms expand a contained space beyond its external dimensions, vanishing cabinet magic creates a transitional space that exists independent of conventional dimensions entirely. Both represent sophisticated manipulations of spatial magic that challenge our understanding of physical limitations. Contemporary magical researchers have explored potential adaptations of vanishing cabinet enchantments for other applications. Experimental work at the Department of Mysteries has investigated using similar principles to create secure storage spaces that exist outside conventional reality, accessible only through specifically keyed magical objects. These non-locational vaults would theoretically be impossible to breach by conventional means, though the complexity of the magic has thus far limited practical implementation. The ethical implications of dimensional transit magic raise important questions for magical governance. The ability to bypass protective enchantments through methods like vanishing cabinets creates significant security challenges for magical law enforcement. Since the Second Wizarding War, the Department of Magical Transportation has maintained a complete registry of all known paired cabinets, with strict penalties for unregistered pairs. Regular inspections ensure that registered cabinets remain properly aligned and don't pose transportation hazards. For all their practical applications and theoretical interest, vanishing cabinets remain among the most enigmatic magical objects. The precise nature of the space between paired cabinets continues to elude complete understanding, representing one of those rare magical phenomena that extends beyond the boundaries of current magical theory. This mystery reminds us that even in the structured world of magical research, some enchantments still harbor secrets that await discovery. In the aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts, the fate of the infamous cabinet pair diverged. The Borgin and Burke's cabinet was confiscated by the Ministry during post-war investigations and now resides in the Department of Mysteries for further study. The Hogwarts cabinet, severely damaged during the Room of Requirements destruction by Fiendfire, was reduced to ashes along with countless other hidden objects accumulated over centuries. As our evening exploration draws to a close, the soft shadows of nightfall remind us of the mysterious spaces that exist beyond ordinary perception. The story of the vanishing cabinets invites us to consider the nature of space itself and the magical possibility of places that exist between destinations, neither here nor there, but somewhere altogether different. As you drift toward dreams, perhaps you might contemplate the thresholds in your own life, those moments of transition that connect different states of being. What would it feel like to step into a space beyond conventional reality, suspended momentarily between departure and arrival? And what might we discover about ourselves in those ephemeral moments of transition, when we are neither where we were nor where we will be, but existing in the magical potential of in-between? Chapter 12. The Time Room. The clock on the mantel ticks softly as we approach the final chapter of our evening's journey. Its gentle rhythm measures the passing moments, a reminder of time's constant flow. Yet in the wizarding world, time is not always the rigid, forward-moving force we perceive it to be. Deep within the Department of Mysteries, beyond rotating doors and whispered secrets, lies a chamber where time itself is studied, manipulated, and occasionally bent in ways that challenge our most fundamental understanding of reality. Tonight, as our stories draw to a close, let us explore the enigmatic time room and the magical mysteries it contains. Situated on level 9 of the Ministry of Magic, the Department of Mysteries houses chambers dedicated to studying the fundamental forces that shape both magical and mundane existence. Among these, the time room represents perhaps the most paradoxical research focus. For how does one properly study something that is simultaneously the subject and the medium of investigation? How can we understand time when we ourselves are bound within its flow? Picture yourself standing at the threshold of this remarkable chamber. The door swings open to reveal a vast, beautiful room, bathed in a soft, dancing light that seems both ancient and newborn in the same moment. This cold, shimmering illumination emanates from countless timepieces of every description. Grandfather clocks with moon phase dials, hourglasses spinning in perpetual motion, calendar clocks showing dates centuries past and future, and delicate silver instruments whose purpose defies immediate comprehension. The central feature drawing your attention would be the magnificent crystal bell jar standing on a desk at the room's center. Inside this container, time performs an endless dance visible to the naked eye. A hummingbird's egg rises from the desk, hatches into a bird that flies to the top of the jar, then ages and descends, growing older and more weathered, before encasing itself once more in an egg at the bottom, only to repeat its journey. This perpetual cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth visualizes time's circular nature in a way no written description could properly convey. The walls of the time room are lined with cabinets containing thousands of time turners, small, glittering hourglasses suspended on delicate golden chains. Prior to their mass destruction during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, these carefully regulated devices represented the Ministry's most controlled temporal magic implements. Each was enchanted to allow limited time reversal, typically constrained to a maximum of 5 hours to prevent the catastrophic paradoxes that could result from more significant temporal displacement. The magical theory behind time turners represents some of the most complex enchantment ever developed. Unlike simpler magical devices that affect the physical world, time turners manipulate the fabric of reality itself. The primary enchantment involves elements of both transfiguration and charms, combined with astronomical alignments captured during their creation. The golden outer rings contain microscopic runes that stabilize the temporal field, while the enchanted sand within the hourglass serves as both catalyst and anchor for the time displacement effect. Beyond the more familiar time turners, the room contains experimental temporal devices whose functions remain largely classified. Unspeakables working in this division explore theoretical questions that most wizards would find both incomprehensible and disturbing. Can time be stopped in a localized area? Is it possible to accelerate time within a contained space? Could separate time streams be created intentionally? The results of such investigations remain among the Ministry's most closely guarded secrets. The Unspeakables who study time magic represent a unique subspecialty within magical research. These witches and wizards undergo extensive psychological evaluation before assignment to the time room, as working with temporal magic can create peculiar perceptual effects. Many report experiencing déjà vu with increasing frequency, while others describe moments of temporal disconnection, brief periods where they perceive events slightly before or after they actually occur. Long-term researchers occasionally develop an unusual relationship with aging, their bodies showing inconsistent patterns of cellular degeneration. The rules governing time magic research are among the most stringent in the magical community. The primary axiom, repeated in every text on the subject, remains: terrible things happen to wizards who meddle with time. This warning reflects centuries of documented disasters resulting from temporal experimentation. The case of Eloise Mintumble in 1899 serves as the definitive cautionary tale. Her unintended 5-century journey to the past resulted not only in her own accelerated aging and death, but in the temporal displacement of her descendants and the unbirths of 25 people when she inadvertently altered the timeline. Despite these dangers, controlled research continues due to time's profound importance to fundamental magical theory. Time and space together form the basic framework within which all other magic operates. Understanding their relationship offers insights into everything from the function of memory charms to the boundaries of transfiguration. Even the mysterious veil in the death chamber may have temporal components in its enchantment, suggesting connections between time and the ultimate transition of death. The architectural design of the time room itself incorporates magical elements that stabilize temporal effects within its boundaries. The floor features an inlaid pattern of gold, silver, and bronze that forms a complex runic circuit dampening unintended temporal fluctuations. The ceiling enchantment, often mistaken for merely decorative stars, actually reproduces the exact astronomical alignment present during the room's original creation, providing a fixed temporal reference point for all experiments conducted within. Among the most fascinating artifacts housed in the time room is the Chronos Codex, an ancient text believed to have been written by Hesper Starkey, a medieval witch who devoted her life to understanding time's magical properties. The pages of this remarkable book appear blank when first opened, revealing their contents only when the reader has spent precisely 1 hour contemplating the nature of time while holding the open book. Even then, the text appears differently to each reader, supposedly presenting itself in the manner most comprehensible to that individual's understanding of temporal theory. The relationship between prophecy and time represents another research focus within this department. While divination generally falls under separate study, true prophecies involve a unique perception of time streams that intersect with the larger questions of temporal magic. The theoretical distinction between viewing potential futures, as in common divination, versus true prophecy, which seemingly identifies fixed points in time, remains a subject of ongoing investigation and debate among unspeakables. During the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in June 1996, the time room suffered substantial damage. The entire stock of time turners was destroyed when a Death Eater fell against the cabinet containing them, causing the devices to begin looping through their tiny time cycles in an unstable cascade. Witnesses described seeing the man's head aging rapidly through infant, adult, and elderly phases before reverting again, trapped in an accelerated temporal loop that illustrated the dangers of uncontrolled time magic. The restoration of the time room after this incident required extraordinary magical intervention. Time-sensitive enchantments cannot simply be repaired like ordinary magical damage. Unspeakables needed to stabilize numerous localized time distortions where the broken time turners had created persistent temporal eddies. According to ministry records, certain sections of the room existed simultaneously in several different temporal states for weeks after the battle, requiring specialized protective equipment for the restoration team. Beyond research into time travel, the time room also houses studies on magical methods of preserving moments in time. Pensieve technology, which allows memories to be extracted and revisited, represents one of the most successful applications of this research. Unlike time travel, which risks paradox by allowing interaction with the past, Pensieves create a stable observational window into preserved memories. The theoretical connections between time magic and memory magic reveal fascinating overlaps that continue to yield new magical developments. The ethical questions surrounding time magic extend far beyond technical considerations. The ability to alter past events raises profound questions about fate, free will, and responsibility. If a timeline can be changed, which version represents reality? Do all possible time streams exist simultaneously? What moral weight should we assign to preventing events that, from a changed perspective, never occurred? These philosophical dilemmas occupy as much discussion among unspeakables as the practical aspects of temporal enchantment. The cultural impact of temporal research extends beyond the Department of Mysteries. Wizarding literature contains countless stories exploring the paradoxes and possibilities of time manipulation. The famous play, The Time Master's Dilemma, has been performed continuously at magical theaters since the 18th century, retelling the tragic story of a wizard who repeatedly attempts to prevent his lover's death, only to discover that his interventions invariably cause the very accident he seeks to prevent. Educational approaches to time magic remain notably conservative. At Hogwarts, students learn theoretical principles of temporal enchantments without practical application. Even in advanced New T classes, professors present time magic as a largely theoretical field, with strictly controlled practical implementations. This cautious approach reflects both the inherent dangers and the Ministry's tight regulation of temporal magic following historical incidents. For everyday witches and wizards, the most common interaction with time magic comes through temporal preservation charms used in photography and portraiture. The enchantments that allow magical photographs and portraits to capture moments and personalities represent simplified applications of the same magical principles studied in the time room. While these common applications create only limited temporal impressions rather than true time manipulation, they demonstrate how fundamental temporal magic has become to wizarding culture. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the Department of Mysteries, the quiet ticking of our clock reminds us that even in the magical world, time continues its steady progression. The mysteries studied in this hidden chamber may bend and occasionally loop the thread of time, but they cannot break its fundamental continuity. Perhaps this represents the most profound insight from the Time Room's research, that time, for all its malleability under magical influence, maintains an integrity that even the most powerful magic must ultimately respect. As you drift towards sleep, the rhythm of your breathing marking time's gentle passage, consider the curious relationship we all share with this most intangible force. We measure it, track it, sometimes race against it, yet never truly grasp its essence. Like the hummingbird in the crystal bell jar, we each follow our own cycle of becoming and transforming within time's embrace. What moments would you revisit, if given a time turner for a single day? And more importantly, what might you discover about yourself in witnessing once more the hours that have shaped your journey through this most magical of lives?